Let's admire me for a bit. Let's admire me for a bit. Let's admire me for a bit. Let's admire me for a bit.
Initiating combat.
We crushed it! I'm here!
Let's admire me for a bit.
My world converts! you? And stay there! Look out! Look out! Look out! And stay there!
I know the way.
The city's future is riding on Anima Squad's shoulders. Look out!
for the cause!
I love a challenge.
Ram is on the job.
Let's admire me for a bit.
Mortality is truly divine.
And stay there!
Let's admire me for a bit.
world needs hope.
The city's future is riding on Anima Squad's shoulders.
Mortality is truly divine.
Own your frailty! No shadow without thunder!
Yup, you crazy! You in good hands! Time of death, now o'clock.
Mortality is truly divine.
Support for the cause!
a challenge.
balance he found there, what it's like to be vegetarian in the Philippines, the cultural differences between Germany and the Philippines, and so much more. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. And so I've seen that you spent a lot of time in the Philippines, so I wanted to talk to you about that. But you're not in the Philippines anymore, right?
Right now, no.
You're in Thailand, is it?
Yeah, I just felt I need a break. I went to Vietnam for a month, and then now we're gonna stay for 2 months here in Thailand. I'm here with a friend from the Philippines, actually. And then I also want to visit family and everyone in Germany. We're another friend from the Philippines.
It all comes back to the Philippines.
Yeah. And then I will come back. I already
Mm.
planned to go back in September. Will be a CrossFit competition. So if everything works out, we might meet there together with some friends in Manila. Gonna go for this competition, and yeah, then I might even stay a bit longer at Chagao again.
What kind of competition is it?
It's in CrossFit.
CrossFit. Ah, okay.
Yeah, and so because this was also my main reason to move to the Philippines when I got the offer to work there as a CrossFit coach in the gym. So they provided me also a house and stuff. So this was kind of an easy access for me to say, okay, let's try this. I have my basic need there with some work in the house, and I will just try how life feels there. And I said minimum 4 months, and I ended up with 1 year and 3 months.
Wow, nice. Okay, so you're from Germany. What part of Germany are you from?
The north. The city is called Kiel. People mostly don't know this. I always tell them, do you know Hamburg? Yes. Okay, perfect. It's 1 hour away from Hamburg.
So okay, so you're from Germany and you were doing CrossFit already there, I would imagine, before you started doing that in the Philippines, right?
Not so much. I was more into weightlifting. So like this Olympic style weightlifting. But I was already in CrossFit gyms coaching there because the weightlifting is a big part of CrossFit. I was also coaching CrossFit classes, but I really got fully into CrossFit in the Philippines because they just approached me to sign up for a competition with the other head coach who also came there kind of in the same time like me. So which was nice, like the new two guys. And then we became really good friends and we trained together for this competition and stuff.
For us English speakers, learning Tagalog can be a real challenge. Trust me, I've been there. That is exactly why I decided to create my beginner's Tagalog course. With over 10 years of experience speaking Tagalog, I made sure that each and every video lesson is jam-packed with only the most useful information. When it comes to this course, the only thing I regret is not having it when I first started learning Tagalog. Ready to learn? Click the first link in the video description below to get started. Now, back to the video. So that was the first time that you'd ever gone to the Philippines when you stayed there for a year and 3 months.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow. So you just jumped right in. You were like, first
Yeah.
time, I like this place, I'm gonna stay.
Yeah, I told myself in the worst case I can just leave at some point.
And I guess it worked for you because you stayed there for a long time, right? Over a year.
Yeah. Yeah, it was so amazing, I swear.
Was it hard for you to adapt to life there? Like, was there some culture shock when you first arrived in the Philippines?
Yeah, the people were so kind, so friendly, which I really liked. And then, of course, the island life in general. I mean, I was just in Chagao most of the time, so I just like this island life, being close to the beach, having this kind of slow life. Everything is close together. If I have my friends, I just meet my friends by accident wherever I go. This is what I really enjoyed. Quality of living felt just very good. I just enjoyed it. This is also why I stayed so long. And when I left, I felt almost like, not like the same, but leaving my home again, you know. Before I left Germany, it was like this breakup from the hometown. And then another one, leaving Chagao, is like dramatic and emotional.
What's different about the Philippines in comparison to some of the other countries that you've been to?
I think it's mostly with the people. I just connected so good with the people in the Philippines. I really like it that English has also a high priority, so I can really speak with everyone. I also like how the culture gets together in Chagao. So I feel like I had half of my friends Filipinos and half of my friends foreigners who also moved there. Philippines has basically, this amazing nature with all the waterfalls. I mean, every country has this special things that makes it special. For me, it's basically this vibe that I felt so home with the people there.
Yeah, I've heard that Shurgao is really nice. I've never been there, but I've talked to a few people. I've talked to, I think her name is Island Barbie or Barbie Island.
Oh,
No.
really?
Do you know her?
She was also a coach in the CrossFit gym. She was still coaching when I arrived there, and after a few months, she quit because then she had her ice cream shop and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, now that I think about it, when I talked to her a few months ago, and she told me that she also found a job opportunity in Shurgao with CrossFit. So yeah, that makes sense. The crossover there. But yeah, she told me that like it's a little bit more international in Shurgao. There's like a lot of foreigners that come there to live and to work and stuff like that. And sometimes there can be tensions between that, where like the island has a particular culture from the local people, but then that also gets influenced from other people that come in that may or may not understand that culture. And so she was talking about this fine line between embracing tourism because it helps the local economy, but then not diluting the local culture and trying to maintain that as well. You know, how do you think that looks in Shurgao for you? Like, what is the balance between the local culture and the international flavor?
I feel like there's still a balance compared to, for example, here in Kopanjan. This is also what I really like about this place. I see like this local events are happening, like fiesta and everything. Foreigners are also going there, enjoying this. But of course, they also bring their own stuff. Like, for example, the CrossFit gym is obviously nothing local from there. I feel like the locals maybe not so much attend this because they sometimes can't afford it even. But there are Filipinos which are not like local from Chagao, but from somewhere else, and also enjoy this a lot, this Western activities or something. So I feel like it's mixed up, but I can also really feel how real locals from there don't have the financial standards and stuff like this. Sometimes they don't even have a fridge or some stuff. So because in the CrossFit gym, for example, we also had staff working there, and I also talked to them a lot, and then they also sometimes shared me like their reality of life. The contrast is super big by hearing this. If I talk to her and then she's telling me, for example, that she struggles a lot financially because then the child got sick and she has to go to the hospital with them and don't have an insurance for this, so she needs to she gets the cash from the cafe paid, and then it needs to, this has to last for everything, the rent, the food. If someone gets sick, this is already like a happening, which really makes a difference. It's not that you can just get sick and then you're just sick. It's really affecting the whole situation. So when I heard these things, I was really not shocked, or a little bit shocked maybe, because of course my reality is different. But hearing this or seeing this changes also my view to see like, okay, there are people really living like this. It's not only these people having the easy island life and having enough money for everything. So I still see like there's this huge variety of people, but I also feel like they're taking care of each other. For example, also my friend Jack, who has this bike rental, Lola's Rentals, he's also very much invested in taking care of the street dogs and stuff like this. So he's starting and also financially supporting these activities to also like improve the island in general, and putting money in this to manage this with the street dogs, for example. I see like people also giving something back, but then on the other hand, you also have this maybe even really like this short-term tourists, which are like, okay, this is just my vacation. I just want to go crazy here a bit and then I'm done. But I feel like the people who move there, staying longer, the foreigners especially, they see also that this will not last for longer, or this will not last forever if we just don't give a especially when this becomes home. I think everybody gets to this point where they realize, okay, this is my home. Of course, I will take care of this. I see there are problems which needs to be fixed. So I think this is also a good influence from foreigners if they start campaigns like this.
Sometimes I see it from both sides, where there are people that, you know, might move to the Philippines because it's a cheaper cost of living. Their money goes farther because they're earning euros or dollars or something like that. And it can kind of teeter on the edge of exploitation, where they don't really care about the culture. They just want a cheap place to live that has good weather. and they don't know anything about the culture. They don't really care about what happens there or not. And I think that is sad, and I don't like that. I don't like what that represents as well. But then there are also people that come in with, you know, their dollars or their euros, and then they do good with that, like you're saying. They have foundations, or they support local charities or local businesses as well. Maybe even start their own businesses and then hire local people. I really like it when I see people doing that as well, right? Investing and giving back to a culture that gives so much to us, right? Because the Philippines really does provide for people that go there, you know, and like for people like you and I coming to the Philippines, like we get nothing but love, right? And acceptance from the people. So it's nice when people give back as well. I think that's very important to do that, you know. Living in Siargao, you said that you can get by with English. Have you learned any of, it's Bisaya, right? Bisaya?
Yes. I learned a little bit for fun, but very little only. So I started learning a little bit words from people saying something to me, and then even watched a YouTube video, and just for fun, just used it whenever I felt like there's a chance.
And the little that you learned, was that Bisaya or was it Tagalog?
Bisaya mostly.
Bisaya.
Because this is also what I heard a lot in this area, yeah, or even Siargao non.
Like that's their specific variety of Bisaya that they speak in Siargao, right? The Siargao nun.
Yeah, the real local language.
The real local one. So what do you remember? What are some of the words that you learned? Do you remember any of them?
Marajao buntag, like good morning. Kapui ka ayu, if you're very tired.
Good. That's good for a CrossFitter.
But then after CrossFit, there's even something else. Patay. You say kapui, you are very tired, I think so, to like sleep. And patay is maybe exhausted.
Patay in Tagalog means dead. Patay na ako. I'm dead. Yeah.
Because I hear this after the workout. Then they say like patay. after doing the hardest workout ever, and then like that. Okay, now this makes sense. Yeah. Then gutom means I'm hungry, for example. Lami, to express if it's tasty.
Yeah. I think I learned that one when I was in Cebu as well. Lami kaayo.
Yes.
Ang sarap in Tagalog. Ang sarap.
So yeah, a handful or maybe 10 things I've learned that I never got so invested in learning this a lot because there was so much going on.
Do you have like a favorite spot that you visited? Like it sounds like you've been to a lot of places, especially in the south, right? Cebu, Bohol, Siargao, like all over there. Do you have a favorite out of all those spots?
I really loved it in Cebu and Malapascua, the island. It's super chill. It's mostly about diving there. We just went for a dive and we were there with the treasure sharks. So really, really amazing. So it was so close. We were in the water for a few minutes in our spot and the sharks were just going around. Super amazing. And the island has this really comfy vibe. And there was also a nice gym to train, which is always important for me. But in general, the landscape and everything, there are so many nice places. Even Siquijor was nice. But then in Siquijor, we were really like packed with the activities we're going to do. So 2 or 3 things in a day.
What would you say the biggest differences are between your day-to-day life in Germany versus your day-to-day life living in the Philippines?
It's way more chill in the Philippines, the life I had. I felt this pressured, hectic lifestyle in Germany, which mostly there, I think for most people, it's like this. The working culture is different. It's really this strict schedule for most people where they have 9 to 5 jobs or something. And then you rush to get maybe some training time. And then you rush to get some groceries done. And then the day is done. And then you just sleep. And the next day you repeat this again. And the life felt kind of robotic or repetitive with this structure. I mean, for me, it was already different as I was working as a freelancer. But I still felt this energy that this is the regular way. And there in the Philippines, I just feel the difference of having more freedom, having more flexibility. I can take time for things. I don't need to rush the tasks.
Yeah, like they maybe have different priorities in the Philippines in terms of, you know, spending more time with like family or something like that, as opposed to the kind of rat race that we sometimes have in more Western countries where it's just like work, and then maybe take like a 2-week vacation and then go back to work, you know? I mean, like it is a little bit easier for people like you and I because we come in with, we might be earning money from back home, right? Canadian dollars or euros or whatever. It's easier for us because our money is going farther. And so we have more time to enjoy life. and that's something that's just prioritized in Filipino culture? How much of it is financial and how much of it is cultural?
Maybe part of it is also that I find more my purpose, my way of working. I was thinking about this because I wouldn't say I was working super little. As I told you, I had a lot of projects going on, but I just enjoyed it. The work felt sometimes not like this kind of working where you have this mindset of a classic employee job. Maybe I just hear this a lot where people have this job and it's always like, I have to go to work now. Let's just get this 8 hours done and then I have my time. And in the perspective I had there, how it changed for me was like, I'm going to go to CrossFit. I work there, but I also just like to hang out there because I meet nice people. For example, this is also like a platform where I can halfway already promote myself as a breathwork coach. So I kind of did already work in this way that I announced breathwork sessions for the upcoming days or made connections. So this is not this what people typically have in mind when they talk about work, that I have a casual conversation with someone and then I will also mention, or I will come to this topic naturally, that I also do the other events. And on this way I generate also people, customers who are going to join other events of myself. So which is basically marketing work. So this is just like how things came align, and it didn't felt like this kind of, now it's work time, I have to sacrifice my time and then I have free time. But of course, with the background of some financial freedom, it's good to just have the freedom to work or live like this way. So yeah, I think it's still halfway the financial aspect and halfway maybe the culture. I also see the Filipinos working so hard. For example, a good friend of mine, she's also working in the CrossFit gym. And then she also has her second job where she's managing some Airbnb apartments and she's running around so much. She's in CrossFit, then managing something. Okay, I have to drive over to the Airbnb house. Then I come back here. Then in between, she goes for the training. But this is really this where life and work comes aligned, where it's not like this is my life and this is my work. So I really can see how she's just fully invested in both and she's just enjoying it, and it's not different parts of her life.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a cliche, but people say like, you'll never work a day in your life if you have a job that you enjoy, or something to that effect, right? Where it doesn't feel like work if it's something that you would actually do even if you weren't getting paid, right? There's some real freedom in that. And yeah, I mean, talking about Filipino culture and like specifically, I hear that from people all the time, that there's a different definition of community in the Philippines. So people want to spend time with each other and they really prioritize that, even if they're busy, right? And I don't know exactly, I come from the Canadian culture where it works a little bit differently. And so I don't know exactly how that works logistically, where Filipinos are working really, really hard, but then they also find time to spend time with each other. And maybe that's just kind of like you're saying, how your personal life and your work life can kind of become one. Maybe your community and your work life can also join together, where like it just is who you are. Maybe you live with your family, because that's very common in Filipino households as well, right? To have multiple generations living together. And so you don't have to make time for it because your family's there with you all the time. Maybe it could be something like that. But then I also want to recognize that, if you're coming in with, a higher paying job, it's also easier to make that the time, right? And so to have free time, I guess you could say. And it's definitely an interesting balance. And for me, like I've never been to Siargao, but it really seems like a kind of a lifestyle, health focused place. Is that accurate? I mean, there's a CrossFit gym there, so that says something about the local values, I guess. Is it that kind of like health focused fitness place, or am I wrong about that?
It has every part, everything for everyone. There is this big party. It's also popular as a party place, no? So there's every night a party where you can go. So you can also live the exact opposite. You can also go to all the gyms, sport activities and stuff, and just live fully healthy there. It's hard to say, actually. I think people brought all the aspects there by time and just pick whatever they like. So you can have this perfect balance where you just sometimes go to the party, where you also have physical activities, where you also just have this joy of going to, a wake park and just meeting there with friends, enjoying a little bit in evening, or just finding a nice location on the beach. So it's a very good mix to explore different worlds.
But surfing first. Surfing is the baseline, and then everything else comes after.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a favorite Filipino food?
I don't eat meat. So I really love, for example, the tofu sisig or fish sisig,
Okay.
so which is really good. What is this called with the peanut sauce? Whereas typically the
Kare kare?
kare kare. Yeah, the kare kare in the vegan version. I really love this. These are my two favorite dishes, which I'm looking forward to come back and eat this again.
I love sisig as well. I haven't had a fish version of that, just like the more traditional pork one, but that's my favorite Filipino food, I think. That with rice is a really, really good combination. So like what kind of fish do they use to substitute?
Maybe it's tuna. I don't know.
But it's not like a super strong fish taste. It's more like a tuna tasting.
Yeah, I would say it's, but also with this sauce and everything, it's so flavorful. I can't really tell like it's a strong fish taste or not. I wouldn't say the fish is very strong. It's definitely like a white meat fish.
Is it hard to be vegetarian in the Philippines?
As you heard, I also traveled to like province places with this classic carinderias and everything, which is sometimes a bit complicated because it seems like for me in some dishes, they just throw meat and everything where I'm like, this doesn't make sense in this dish. Why are you doing this? But in Chagao, it's easy because it's so developed by different styles of kitchen, and they also are more aware of the different eating styles, different diets of people, so they adapted the restaurants. I also like to cook by myself a lot, so I was eating for 6-7 years vegan before. I would say it's okay. You can go vegetarian, definitely. It's okay if it's this way. Pescatarian, what I did now, even easier, especially in the islands where fish is everywhere.
Yeah, because you're on the coast, so that would be easier. Fresh, you get fresh seafood. And do you eat all kinds of seafood then, or only fish?
Yeah, I also tried some other stuff, but I really like fish mostly, only. But my friend always made this tempura with the shrimp, you know. But when I went to restaurants or something, I just ordered the fish dish, I think, so mostly, if they don't have a vegan or vegetarian dish.
I guess you would also have access to a lot more like fresh fruits in the Philippines than you would in Germany, for example.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's different, definitely. Some fruits I only can get here in Thailand or in the Philippines, yeah. And I can really see like this is available every time in the year. And the mango is always sweeter, for example, or the watermelon is always sweeter and more tasty. So there's this difference.
It's never better than when it's like right from the source, right? Right from the country where it's produced.
Yeah, I would agree with this, Jared, definitely. It tastes better. Every piece of watermelon or mango or the other ones I buy is like amazing.
Meet my new friend Barbie. Barbie is a content creator originally from Michigan. Looking for a change in her life, Barbie found herself on the island of Siargao in the Philippines. There, she discovered a deep love for the local people and culture. She now creates videos centered around the beauty and uniqueness of the Philippines. Be sure to check out her content, link below. During our conversation, she shared her insights on the differences between life in America and the Philippines, her experiences adapting to the provincial lifestyle, her appreciation for Filipino cuisine, and so much more. I hope you guys enjoy the video. You're originally from Michigan then? That's where you grew up? So what are you doing in California?
Actually, I just have some friends here, and I was able to get us insurance here. So I'm kind of doing my doctor's appointments here before I go back to the Philippines.
So how long are you back in the States for before you go back?
I think it's going to be about 2 months. I'm planning to go back next week, and I was actually even looking at flights to debate going tomorrow so I can make it for Sinulog and Cebu. I've never been, but I don't want to rush it. So I think just maybe next week I'll go back, but it'll be about 2 months. So that's the longest I've ever been back here since I moved there.
Because you're living in the Philippines full time now, right?
Yeah, you can say that. I moved there 2 years ago, well, a little over 2 years, and I wasn't anticipate moving. That was never the plan, but like I created my home there by accident, and yeah, and everything fell into place. So it's basically like my home base now.
So like what was your first motivation for going to the Philippines 2 years years ago?
So I was living in Miami. So I'm from Michigan, and I moved there initially just for like college university, and kind of same thing, created my life there. And there's a really big culture of Latin Americans. So I was actually like the minority living there, and I loved it. I was the first time I was able to see other cultures because where I'm from, everybody's just like American and very small town. Feel like a little bit more closed minded. So when I moved there, it was really cool to see like there's more than just like my small town, and I was so interested in other cultures. Now crazy to see there's so much actually overlap in the culture of like Latin Americans and Filipinos. But I was coaching CrossFit. I had this Facebook group chat called Women Who Do CrossFit. So normally you post, fitness related things. And the owner of a CrossFit Siargao posted that there was a typhoon and their business was completely destroyed. And they've been rebuilding now for already 7 months, and they're ready to reopen in a couple months. And they're looking for volunteer coaches to come down. And I literally scrolled past the post because of course I've heard of the Philippines. Promise you couldn't point to it on a map. Definitely didn't know where Siargao was. So I'm just like, yeah, that's not possible. And then I swear I just really had this gut feeling. Why don't I just at least reply to the post? And then if they even message me, I'll think about it more. One thing led to another. We did many FaceTime calls, and then I started researching like Siargao. I was interested in surfing, and just the whole lifestyle just really sounded so cool to me. I was like, I want to see what's up over there and everything. And just trusted my gut, and God obviously sent me there for a reason. And just like day one was like, I fell in love and everything. And it's just crazy to see like where I'm at now.
Are you interested in learning Tagalog but having trouble finding quality learning materials? Allow me to introduce my Beginner's Tagalog course. 8 years ago, I began teaching myself Tagalog, but I got really frustrated, not only by the complexities of the language, but also the lack of resources for Tagalog. So that's why I decided to create the language course that I wish I had when I started learning. Sign up for my beginner's bundle and get lifetime access to 18 video lessons with corresponding PDF vocabulary sheets. Click the first link down below to get started. Now, back to the video. You had a job already lined up as a coach before you went there?
Yeah, you could say that because that was like the one thing that also did allow me to push me going there. Because of course I didn't know anything, I didn't know anybody, but at least I was like, you know what? If I get this coaching opportunity, I'll at least meet the other coaches. And, I'll coach classes. So, like, I'm going to force myself to meet people. So, it's not like I'm going in completely like, what the heck? I had that lined up before I went. I didn't know how it was going to work. I didn't know how I was going to feel. So, I was honestly prepared for me to just stay a month or two and then probably then maybe do, Thailand and Bali before I would come back. That was kind of like my idea.
I feel like that happens a lot with people, too, where they're like, oh, I'm going to go to the Philippines just for a couple of weeks for a vacation. And then they end up staying much longer. I've heard that countless times talking to people on my channel. Like, it's a pretty common thing where people fall in love with the Philippines on their first trip. Like, how long did you end up staying at when you first got there, like in your first trip?
2.5 years. I never left.
Oh, you never came back after that?
I almost felt like it's easier that way too, because it wasn't like I told my family, yeah, I'm moving to the Philippines, peace out. The problem actually was I came from Miami, so I was already away from my family. So I'm used to living alone for 4 years. So it wasn't like, this drastic that change. However, I didn't see my family probably for a year already, because normally I would go back like once a year when I left, because I didn't think I was going for that long. I went there and then I just kept extending. Well, I didn't really have a plan. So I was like, yep, I don't know when I'm coming back. I don't know when. Not yet, not yet. And then it was like, okay, maybe when Christmas came the following year, I would try to think about going back. And it just never really worked out because I ended up doing many things there in the Philippines.
Yeah, that's crazy. That sounds like an adventure. And yeah, it's kind of gradual. You're not packing up all your stuff today and moving, but the end result is the same. You are moving. You're just doing it like gradually, kind of. When you first got to Siargao, you said that you really liked it. And obviously you liked it enough to stay there for 2 years. What was that about the area that like drew you in and kept you there?
I always say the number one thing is the people. And I know Filipinos in general, are friendliest people that I can't even explain, but I always say I've really become a better person living in the Philippines because I don't know, I just saw that the way they live, the way they treated me, and it just was like the most authentic, supportive community. I've never really felt that, especially where I'm from. And it's not their fault. I definitely like to analyze situations where Americans, sometimes we have to be selfish because, our work life and everything like that. You practically work all day. You barely have time to see your own family, let alone like your immediate family. And you're always kind of striving for that American dream. Like you're just getting by and you're never satisfied. So when I got to the Philippines, it's the opposite, especially in the province life. It's a lot slower paced life. You have time to do things and you have time to like interact with other people every single day. And I just feel like you don't need a lot to be happy. My friends, like, they don't have a lot and they come from poverty, but they still take me in like I'm family. They would do anything in a heartbeat for me. And it makes me like, wow, like I want to be able to do that, you know, and care for people in the same way that I feel like they've been able to show me how to love and how to live just happily with nothing. You know what I mean? So it's number one, the people. And then that kind of goes hand in hand with quality of life. You know, I realize what makes me happy is not all these things that I need here in the States. It really opened up my eyes to a lot of things for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic that the people that have the least are usually the most content. At least that seems to be a trend in a lot of places, you know, and especially with Filipinos, like, you know, even just with life circumstances, Filipinos seem to be very resilient. You know, they just kind of take things in stride. And even if things aren't working out, they at least put like a, you know, kind of a happy face on. They try to look for the positives, I think, instead of kind of getting down about it. They're very unique people, I think.
So sometimes, for example, like I see what the people can do there when it comes to life skills and like handiness and willingness to help. My motorbike, can't say how many times would like break down, and not even 30 seconds later, I have 5 kuyas like trying to help me, and they fix it like this. They do all this crazy stuff, and I'm like, can't even put it into words, but the stuff that they can do is literally incredible. You know, you want a coconut? Boom. One of my guy friends, 2 seconds, climb the tree, this, that, like things I've learned, you know, living there in the Philippines. It's just really cool. And like you said, there was resilience and everything, you know. I feel like for them, nothing is a problem. They always have a solution. They understand that like those things are making you stronger. And
I've only been to the Philippines once. I went in May. That was the first trip that I had there. And I was there for 3 weeks. Obviously had a lot of interactions with Filipino people here in Canada, but going to the Philippines for the very first time was kind of like, you know, a different experience. In a lot of ways, it was familiar, and in some ways, it was new for me. Things like taking the bus, you know, traveling around from one area to another and like trying to find, you know, our accommodation or trying to do this or trying to do that. It's always like a bit confusing in a new environment. But I always felt like there was people there that would help. And I think it helps also that I was like speaking Tagalog with people. I think that they accept you in a different way if you speak in their language. But I think Filipinos just in general are like very helpful and ready to like pitch in and be like, hey, what can I do for you? What are you looking for? Where are you going? You don't always get that in other places. As a foreigner coming to Canada, I don't think you would really find that. If you ask for help, people would help you. But we're not going to go out of our way in the same way that Filipinos do. We're not going to offer help if you don't ask for it.
yeah, they really go like out of their way and they don't expect anything from it. That's why I really like that also Filipinos are willing to like bring you in and show you their culture. You give them good energy, they're going to give that right back to you.
Some people are more kind of wired towards wanting to look for alternative lifestyles or maybe open themselves up to different cultures than other people. I grew up in a, you know, small town, kind of a more rural area, and there wasn't a lot of diversity there, right? Not just culturally, but also ideologically. It wasn't until I got a little bit older and I got outside of that bubble and I traveled to different countries that I started to realize, you know, there's a lot of different ways that you can live life. You said Siargao is mostly Bisaya. That's what they speak there.
So they speak a little version of Bisaya called Siargao, but they all understand Bisaya and Tagalog, but they will in their local language, they speak Siargao. So which kind of makes it difficult for me because at first I was only learning Siargao because I was living there, didn't think I'd live anywhere else. Now my audience is all over the Philippines, kind of trying to learn also Tagalog.
You know, there's some main areas where foreigners kind of end up. You know, a lot of people move to Manila, for example, and I know Siargao is a popular place for tourism, but you live there full time and have been for 2 years. So that's kind of a unique experience.
Siargao now, for sure, I can say is getting way more touristy and way more known from even just the first 2 years that I got there, which is like pros and cons, of course. It's really nice to see like the locals do depend a lot on the tourism and stuff like that. But of course, we're scared that it could lose its special touch. But I think it's just like that perfect balance of everything. Where if you want to go be in the province, you can, you know, maybe your family wants to visit and they need a little bit more comfortableness. You know, there's still smaller resorts, but there's nothing yet that's like super, super big and they try not to let chains there. You know, I feel like the locals are what make that place so special. But I think most people do respect them so much. So I really hope that will never like affect them in a bad way, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting balance, right, between wanting to have tourism to support the local industry, but not losing that local culture. Like I have obviously
a much limited experience in the Philippines itself. When I was in Manila, there's lots of neighborhoods that are like a little bit more bougie, and they have like a lot of different foreigners living there, especially like Americans and Canadians and Europeans. BGC, for example, right? That's probably the most common one. And even Makati to a certain degree. When I was there, I really didn't like the vibe, because it just felt so westernized. It felt so commercial. It didn't feel representative of like how people actually live in the Philippines. Yeah, if you come from the US or you come from Canada and you're earning dollars, you can afford to live in a really nice apartment, and you can go to really nice restaurants and clubs and bars. But like local Filipino people aren't doing that at the same rate that everyone else is. It didn't feel authentic, and it did kind of have, not, of course, not with everybody, but it did have a vibe of like a certain demographic of people just wanting to take advantage of the conversion rate, and they didn't care about the culture. And so I felt a little bit like self-conscious when I was in those areas, because I was worried that people would associate me with someone who just doesn't care.
Oh gosh, like I couldn't have said that better myself. Definitely not like the city life person, but that's exactly how I felt. Where of course I actually enjoyed when you go off to a little bit more of like the provinces in Manila, because that's again, like, I just prefer that. But I felt like, why would I need to be in like BGC when it's like feels almost like places in America when I'm in the Philippines? Yeah, I don't like when people associate me as like, oh, it's just another foreigner coming here. Yeah, she has money, like just the assumptions.
You know, coming from the West, I mean, we know that North Americans can be very materialistic. We also have that culture. Of course we do. We spend money and we show money, and we, you know, buy this and we buy that, things that we don't need. But there is something that's like really wrong about people that are doing that in the Philippines when they're literally right next to a neighborhood where there's like extreme poverty. I felt guilty sometimes when I was in the Philippines. Like, we went to this one area, I can't remember where it was, maybe it was like BGC or Makati, and we were like walking down the street, and there was like a little kid sleeping on a cardboard box, like just on the side of the street. 10 minutes later, we were in this club, and people are like buying bottle service and stuff, and there's like sparklers going off, and like people are like throwing money. This just feels wrong. Like, we're one block away from this. Like, this doesn't feel right.
When I first moved there, one of my good friends till this day, they were all like local surfers, and I would hang out with her all the time. I was able to see like really what you need to get by, and all the things like I thought I needed in the States that I don't need now. And also, for example, sometimes I would hang out with her, and when we go like eat, we would eat at places, and sometimes I would learn like how far 100 pesos can go. Like, and some of my foreigner friends, like they want to go to all these like westernized like restaurants where you drop in like 500 pesos on a meal, and for them that's cheap or that's normal. For me, we're in the Philippines, like that's so expensive. Like, I'll spend like 150 to like 250 on like a meal, and I'm like, more than good. And I know if I go to the market with my friends and we're all like chipping in and we're doing a big like food trip or something, people always ask me like how I'm able to continue to survive and live, because I'm living so simply. Like, my rent, I'm paying so cheap. Like, my food is, I spend so cheaply that you see me, I eat at Carinderias. All the places I go to, I try to make sure they're like local, so to support them, and I don't spend a lot. So it's really hard for me to try to even tell people.
And I think there's going to be something very liberating about simplifying your life as well, and not needing to adhere to so many kind of cultural norms that maybe we have in the West. With all that being said, after living in the Philippines for 2 years, is there anything you miss about living in the States?
You know what's crazy is I was trying to think about this, and I think the answer is no. I would say the only thing, and I still can't even fully agree to this, is maybe the healthcare. I got a MRSA infection, staph in my eye that was like a month and a half, and I had to get surgery in Cebu twice, and I got in a motorbike accident. I actually almost died. I got hit and my head was first, and thankfully it was only stitches, and I had to get like MRI, CT scan. I couldn't fly, but we didn't have the hospital in Siargao, so I had to take ferry and get transported to like the nearest hospital that had MRI and could equip me. I was so lucky, so lucky. But of course you have to pay out of pocket. But like what I would pay out of pocket was literally fractional to compare to what you have to pay here in the States. So I don't know, like people say the healthcare is not good there, but I mean, in my experience, I was saved. I had all my stuff was always fixed. I had to leave the islands to sometimes to do so, but I guess that's maybe the only thing.
So like if you live rurally, or like you live in like the provincia, then it's not as accessible for the average person.
For me, that was it. There's not really too many things that I miss here. It's definitely nice to be back and have a little bit of contrast, but I can feel that it's not like where my heart is.
So do you see yourself living in the Philippines forever now, moving forward?
I can't say that because I don't even know what I'm gonna do next week sometimes. Like I change my mind a lot. I do. We're never the same person we were like weeks ago, months ago, especially years ago. I don't know. I love it for now. And I think it's always gonna be a place that like maybe is home base if I venture out sometimes. But I do really love it. And for now it's like where my heart is, and all the experience I have there I will cherish forever.
Yeah, that's fair enough. You never know what's going to happen, right? Because you didn't expect that you were going to end up in the Philippines either, so you never know. Do you have a favorite Filipino food?
Tinola. I love tinola. Do you know what that is?
Quinola, it's like a chicken soup, right?
Yeah, it's basically a chicken soup, but the base is garlic, ginger, and onion. Like usually add like the fish sauce and a sayote or green papaya with the chicken. So it's super healthy. I'm very health conscious, and so I have it probably seriously like every day. And when you cook it, you know it's a lot. So I usually have some leftovers for some days, and I always get it at the carinderias. I love it. So healthy. So that's definitely my favorite.
And I had some people tell me that quinola is essentially sinigang with chicken. Is that an accurate comparison?
No. So sinigang's base is with tamarind. Usually it's hard to find, so they will have the powder. So it's definitely very different. And then they usually use like tomatoes, sometimes something like a bok choy, but they use definitely different vegetables, even though you still put ginger in and sinigang, but it's very different. The broth itself tastes different. I'm not a big pork eater. I will avoid pork as much as possible. They usually do fish sinigang in Siargao, so I'll go for fish if they have. But one time, my friend, he's a local, we were cooking dinner together. He cooked it right, and then I made a video after where I was like stirring it, and he was like, "Barb, like what's for dinner?" Or like, "What did you cook?" And I told him I was like, "Sinigang dang," and he got close, and you could see that it was chicken, and I posted it. It was like a 15-second video. It went viral only because the comment section was fighting, attacking each other, saying that you cannot cook sinigang with chicken. Like more than half of people were agreeing that it was fine. Like, dude, it's not about like the meat, that you can really do it with anything. Of course, maybe it's better, like the heartiness with a pork would probably taste better. But they were just attacking each other. Like, it's because it's a white girl, she doesn't know. And I'm like, little did you know, I didn't cook it. Like, come on, don't attack me.
Well, that's the thing. Like when I was going out with my ex-girlfriend who was Filipina, we would eat sinigang all the time, right? And she made it. I ate it like routinely for 4 years. And I always remember it being chicken. It was always just chicken, chicken, chicken. And so I thought that that's how it was made. But I mean, I don't know. I also don't eat a lot of pork. So maybe she was changing the recipe for me. I don't know. But because I never went to the Philippines, my only exposure to sinigang is what she made. So I just assumed that, that's what sinigang was. It was with chicken. It's crazy all of like the different foods that are available in the Philippines that we don't really have access to in the West. I imagine that most of the ingredients weren't readily available in Michigan growing up,
I realized now going back was never very adventurous. We just stuck to like what we knew and things like that. So I think it's so cool to just get out of your comfort zone and see other things, try other foods, everything,
No, that's cool. I definitely appreciate that. I think that Americans and Canadians, we have a bad reputation for not wanting to adapt to other cultures. Like we're pretty set in our ways. It's really cool to see how much you've really embraced Filipino culture and cuisine and lifestyle. And I can tell that you are authentically and genuinely passionate about the culture and the people. And so that's it's a really awesome thing to see. And one of the reasons that I love doing this on my channel, I get to connect with people that are like-minded, even though they're from different backgrounds and different countries, we kind of have this thing in common, this mutual love and respect for the Philippines. And so it's always cool to connect with people that are like that.
Are you fluent in Tagalog?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so cool. Like I hear the way you speak it, it's so like it's amazing. So, like you motivate me to be able to get there, because sometimes when it's like seems so hard, but when I see you, it's very, very inspiring.
Oh, you can do it. Don't worry. You'll get it. No problem. My Tagalog isn't perfect. I've just been speaking it for like 10 years or whatever. And so, I can say what I want to say and I can understand what people are saying, but I still make mistakes. Definitely.
Okay. It's part of the process,
Yeah. That's true.
So where you grew up was like not that much diversity and stuff. So at what point were you exposed to be able to learn like Tagalog and stuff like that?
I was 18 when I started learning Tagalog. I met a girl here in Canada that was from the Philippines and we started dating.
Filipinos, a lot of them speak English, which is just so impressive, especially in Siargao. It's if you speak Bisaya, they also speak Tagalog. So which is so cool. It's like you speak 3 languages. Like how cool is that when I moved to the Philippines, I respect this culture so much. I feel like I want to learn. And that is some of the most accomplishing feelings. I don't know if you can relate to that, but the moment it kind of starts to click and you can conversate a little bit or you understand like a joke too. The jokes things are like what really makes me happy when somebody says things and it's like a joke and I actually like comprehended it and like it's really feels accomplished me.
Understanding jokes and also being able to tell jokes and have people laugh is like such a rewarding feeling. It's so satisfying.
Meet my new friend Stacy. Stacy is a British-born mother of 3 who has developed a deep love for the Philippines through her Filipino husband. Over the past 18 years, her passion for Filipino culture has only grown stronger. She now creates super entertaining Filipino-inspired content on TikTok, often featuring the entire family. I'll include a link to her content below. Make sure to check it out. I really enjoyed my conversation with Stacy. We talked about her experience raising multicultural children, the differences between England and the Philippines, her journey in learning Tagalog, and so much more. I hope you guys enjoy the video. Your partner is from the Philippines
He is
originally, and is Tagalog his first language?
Yeah. He speaks Tagalog fluent, proper slang Tagalog as well, you know, at home with his brothers, at home with his mom as well. He's always speaking in Tagalog. We have 3 children and we have a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 3-year-old. So we're trying little bits of Tagalog every now and then just to help them with learning the language. But we don't speak it fluently all the time in the house unless we're at Lola's house and it's a lot more fluent Tagalog going around. So Lola will talk to them in Tagalog and they will understand most of it, which is great. And I think probably my motivation to learn more Tagalog more recently is the children, because I want to help them and it's good to learn together, isn't it? It's nice.
Yeah, kind of maintain that connection to their cultural heritage.
Exactly that.
So you guys don't live in the Philippines then?
We don't. So my partner and his family moved to England when he was about 12, I think. So I actually met him within his first week of arriving to England. We lived like very close in the same street and then we just became friends and eventually obviously the love grew. Yeah, so we don't live in the Philippines, but we go back as much as we can. So we'll be going in May. It will be my 5th time and it'll be the kids a 2nd time in the Philippines.
Oh, nice. So has he been able to go back quite a bit since he originally moved to England so many years ago?
Yeah, so I think he's probably gone home every other year. He still has family there. So we have family there still. So he's got a brother. We have nieces and nephews out there. So we try to connect and stay, you know, up to date with things and in touch with them. So it's really important for us to keep going back to the Philippines for sure.
And what region is he from?
So he's from Manila. So he's from, I don't know if you know Muntinlupa.
Yeah.
Near Alabang.
Yeah. Okay. I've heard of that. Have you guys traveled around the Philippines a bit, like got out of the city in those 5 trips you've been on?
Yeah. So we've been to Boracay a few times, which we absolutely love. And we'll be going back there in May again with the family, which is nice. But not really. I mean, we've been to Tondo. Did you get to visit there? Did you go?
I don't know if I went to Tondo, but I went to Sampaloc.
Okay. Yeah.
Which I think is the neighboring barangay just right next door.
My partner's grandma lived there. So we went to visit a few times and we went to like the, you know, the places for food and things out there, which was nice. But we haven't been to El Nido. Maybe that's in the future. I would also like to go to Baguio. I'd like to try out maybe Baguio.
Are you interested in learning Tagalog but having trouble finding quality learning materials? Allow me to introduce my Beginner's Tagalog course. 8 years ago, I began teaching myself Tagalog, but I got really frustrated, not only by the complexities of the language, but also the lack of resources for Tagalog. So that's why I decided to create the language course that I wish I had when I started learning. Sign up for my beginner's bundle and get lifetime access to 18 video lessons with corresponding PDF vocabulary sheets. Click the first link down below to get started. Now, back to the video.
Did you get to go to Divisoria or to Tuban?
Yes. Yeah. We went there as well. Like just talking about Manila itself, being in Sampaloc and those areas with the Divisoria and all of that felt the most authentic to me.
absolutely. I agree.
Like how average people live. Like, I mean, it's such a huge city with such a big population. And, you know, you can't help but wonder, you know, walking around BGC and Makati, like how many people really live like this. It's kind of bougie and
I totally agree with you. So when we go to the Philippines, we love being in the home with my partner's family. We love staying there, especially now with children. I want them to be on the streets to see how their father, their papa grew up and to get a feel for knocking on, you know, Manang's door to say, Tao po, you know, bibili. I love that kids get to enjoy that. So for me as well, like you say, that's the authentic, the real feel of the Philippines. Although Boracay is beautiful and, you know, all those lovely beaches are amazing. And that's a really great experience. Being really in the heart of Manila is so different. And just being on the back of a motorbike or in a jeepney, it just gives you so much culture. For me, I get so excited to do those things because in England, that's just not how we live. You know, it's very, very different. And it's experiences that I will remember forever. And my kids will too, being in the Philippines. Yeah.
what surprised me about the Philippines is how concentrated all of the regions are. Like it just feels like even in one neighborhood, there's a million different things you can see. And yeah, just a lot to do for a really small country. Like in terms of land mass, the Philippines is tiny, especially coming from Canada, but there's so much to see. It just feels like it would never run out, you know?
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's why you find lots of people are now traveling the Philippines because there's so much to do. They're always finding something else to do.
So what's the longest that you guys were there at one time?
So when I was 18, we went there for 1 month. So that was the longest. And I always wish I would stay there forever. My heart is there. I ask my partner every day, can we move to the Philippines? And I know that people will say, you're so lucky to be in England. You know, I get that. There's politics everywhere. There's bad and good everywhere. But I do ask my partner every day, please, can we just go? And I would live with his family and just enjoy that simple life. It's never enough time to be in the Philippines. But yeah, so the first time we went was 1 month. And then pretty much all the other times we've been, it's been 3 weeks or maybe like 3.5 weeks maximum. And yeah, it's never enough time. Even we're planning our stay in May, this coming May, and our itinerary already, it's packed out and we haven't got half the things we want to do on the list. There's so many food places we want to go to, so many markets, all sorts of things. It's not going to fit all in, but we'll try.
So you would like to live there ultimately?
100% yes. Yeah, the sense of community and the celebration of life. England, we're very proud to be like depressed. We've got very low mood most of the time. It's always dark. We lack that sunshine, that vitamin D. I don't know, the fresh vegetable. I like that simple going to the market every day and I don't know, yeah. The karaoke all night long, the children in the streets. It's very private here in England. We don't necessarily say hello to our neighbors like you would in the Philippines. I don't know if it's the same for you in Canada.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think that in the West, we have a pretty individual mindset where we're just kind of looking out for our own best interests. And obviously we're close with our families like any other culture would be, but it doesn't extend much farther than that, I think, for most people. You know, you might not necessarily know your neighbors. You might not interact a lot with your extended family even, where the Philippines does seem to have that really like collectivist mentality of looking after one another.
Yeah, 100%. I always like come home and tell my family lots of the experiences and they always say, you know, you just don't get that here. So there's things that stick out. One of the first times I went to the Philippines, we got there and one of the neighbors just came around and bought some puto and just some different things that they'd cooked and baked for us just to say welcome. It was just so much love and yeah, just lots of community feeling about being in the Philippines.
And I feel like Filipinos are very good at kind of assuming the best in people, like being there as a foreigner. Like I had some contacts that I ended up making content with when I was in the Philippines, but I mean, generally it was just me and Ryan, who was my travel partner, and we're both, you know, he's from the US, I'm from Canada, so we're not locals by any means, but people really looked out for us and kind of helped us find our way whenever we needed it. And they didn't seem to be, you know, suspicious of us or anything like that. Like sometimes you might get in a different country when you're not from there, right? People can be a little standoffish. Filipinos seem to be the opposite of that.
They take you in, don't they? They want to show you, they're so proud. They just want to show you love and always think about the best. They're always encouraging. They're always boosting your confidence. There is something about the Filipino culture that's always uplifting.
So what's stopping you guys from moving there?
I don't know. I think ultimately, I'm sure it is hard to live in the Philippines too. You need a steady income. You need to make sure you are set up. And our kids are at school. We have that to think about as well. But I don't know. That's a good question. One day.
Depending where you are in the world, you know, if you're outside of the Philippines, there's a good chance you're earning a currency that is worth a little bit more, especially if you're in Canada or if you're in England. And so we do kind of have the privilege of saying, oh, the Philippines is really cheap, right?
Yeah.
Because for us it is. But if you live there and you're earning
Yeah.
Filipino pesos, it's not so cheap anymore.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So it's making sure that you're set up to be able to, and not that it would be a failure to come back home or anything like that if it didn't work out. I personally would probably be fine with that. I like to live on the edge a little bit, you know, and go and experience life. But I think when you've got children, you have to think more about stability and security and things. So I think that's probably the thing that we're stuck at the moment.
So, like, with your partner being in England since he was 12, does he kind of have a mix of British culture and Filipino culture, or where would you say his identity lies?
You know, I think because he has his family in the Philippines still, and we've still got a big connection there, I think he still has very strong Filipino connection, and you know, his Tagalog is still very much there. We talk all the time to his family in the Philippines every day. So I think he's definitely still, him and his brother and his mum that live here, definitely still, we talk about the Philippines every day. That's always in our lives. And with the kids, we're trying to instill that every day. So I think, you know, he is true Filipino, but when he talks, he's got a British accent. He is a British citizen, you know, so he is definitely, this is his home too. This is definitely his home.
And then when it comes to the culture that you guys have at home with your children, is it more British? Is it more Filipino? Is it a combination of both?
Yeah. So inevitably, I always think about this because, like I said, every day we do talk about the Philippines. And I think I do that consciously, and my partner does that consciously because everything around them is British, right? They're friends. Everything is British culture here around them. And so it's important for me and my partner to ensure they know about their, you know, their background, their history, their family in the Philippines. We always talk about their cousins that are similar ages in the Philippines so that they're aware of how lucky they are, you know, as well, and the differences between the two countries, the differences between the two upbringings. And I think my kids probably a bit of both, definitely a bit of both. Yeah. And like I say, when we go to Lola's house, it's Tagalog, it's Filipino food every day. I would say 6 out of 7 days we eat Filipino food at home. So it's a very big part of our lives. Yeah.
And I mean, I don't want to take any shots, but you know, England doesn't have the best reputation for food.
You're right, unless you're in a Filipino house.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to compare the two, British food and Filipino food, I feel like the Filipino food's going to win, but you know, I don't want to speak out of school.
Oh, you're so right. I think we have sandwiches and maybe a bit of steak here and there. But, you know, I'm so lucky as well because my mother-in-law, she's such a good cook. So we love going to her house, as you can imagine, to enjoy some Filipino food.
So how was that for your side of the family as well? Have they also kind of like developed that love for the Philippines and Filipino food and stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. And they're very aware. You know, my daughters call their brother Kuya. And so my British nieces and nephews, when they talk about my son to my daughters, they will say, go and get Kuya. Where's your Kuya? So, you know, my family are definitely aware and try to learn that for the sake of our family as well. But they love the food, you know, celebrations at Christmas, they all want to come to our house to have that Filipino food. My mum loves it as well. My son and my sisters, they know some Tagalog, like little bits and pieces. So they definitely embrace it as much as they can. Yeah.
When you have a partner from a different country, there's a really strong motivation to like learn about that culture and learn about, you know, everything you can, but it's not a given either. I mean, there's lots of people that have, you know, biracial relationships where they're like, the culture we have is the country we live in, and that's where it ends. For you, it's so obvious that you're passionate about the Philippines, right? And the culture and the language and the food and all of that, and it's a beautiful thing. Was it always like that for you from the very beginning, or is that something that kind of developed over time?
Yeah, you know, I always think about this as well because my Filipino friends, titas, titos, they will always say to me, Stacey, you're so different. You always embrace the Filipino culture. And when I say things like, I would love to move to the Philippines, they say, wow, you're so different. But I think honestly, I've always been excited to learn about the Philippines. And maybe that's because we've been together for so long. You know, I was 15, I was a teenager. So I was trying to embrace as much as I could. And I wanted to, you know, get excited about his side of things. And so maybe, yeah, I've always been passionate and enthusiastic about the Philippines and the Filipino culture. And again, like I said, especially having children, it's really important to me that they know who they are and celebrate those things. And also, it's fun. It's really fun, you know, like in school, they tell the teachers that their favorite food is sinigang. And then, you know, the teachers are like, what is this thing they're talking about? And I'm like, oh, I'll show you. So just learning about who they are, I think that definitely drives my passion more as well.
Is there a Filipino population where you guys live in England?
Yeah, there is. We work for the NHS, and in the hospitals, obviously lots of nurses, lots of Filipino nurses, and they're all now having children. So it's nice. Yeah, there's lots of Filipinos around in the community for sure.
Yeah, Filipinos are working everywhere in the world, it seems, right? Especially here in the West. And so it was cool for me to have the opportunity to meet Filipinos without ever having to leave my own country, right? What a privilege that is, and what a blessing to meet people here in my backyard, essentially, right?
And they bring their traditions with them. So if you think about the Christmas parties, all their games, their fun, the food, the music, just the embracing of each other, they've got such a community feeling about them, haven't they?
Mm-hmm,
And they want to bring you into that.
What is your favorite Filipino food?
Sinigang.
Sinigang.
Yeah, definitely. Sinigang. But I love everything. Absolutely everything. Oh, another thing that I always want to eat in the Philippines is corned beef and just garlic rice. It's just my favorite. Everywhere I go, I look for that. But every food, you know, I tried dinuguan. I like it.
Oh, really?
Oh, I have not tried balut. I haven't tried balut. Have you tried?
Yeah, I've tried it a few times. It's a challenge for sure. It's a challenge.
Maybe I'll try it one day just for the sake of it, but I don't think I'll enjoy it. So far, I haven't tried it.
Well, I think it's even a bit polarizing among Filipino people. I talk to a lot of Filipinos that don't eat it either, so.
Yeah. I remember this was years ago when we went to the Philippines. My partner, I'll have some balut. And then I saw him and he was spitting it outside. And then, oh yeah, that's good. I thought, you didn't even eat that. You tricked us.
He was just acting.
He was. But yeah, I like most of the food. And I try to cook some Filipino foods as well. My go-to to cook is definitely sinigang. It's fairly easy. But I cook Bicol Express, caldereta. Yeah, so just different foods. We eat, like I said, we eat Filipino foods most days.
And the sinigang, is that sinigang ng baboy?
Yes, definitely. I love the fat on the baboy. You know, I love bulalo because the beef is so nice. The flavor of the beef is so nice in the soup, isn't it? But sinigang definitely is better with baboy, yeah.
I tried the bulalo as well when I was in Tagaytay, and it feels like really hearty food. It feels like something that we should eat
in
here,
Canada,
where we have,
right?
where we have winters, cold winters.
Yeah. Oh, I like kare.
Which one? Oh, kare kare. That's also one of my favorites. That kind of peanut butter stew. Yes. Now, do you make it with oxtail?
No. So my mother-in-law will, yeah. But if we cook it at home, we just use beef, like beef ribs or beef brisket. But no, my mother-in-law does. And I will eat it. Do you eat that?
I don't think I've ever had oxtail. Can you guys find it in England? Like, you buy it at the store?
Yeah, everywhere.
I kind of assumed that it wasn't an ingredient that would be available here, so I never really looked, but maybe it is. Filipino cuisine is interesting too because it has so many roots from other places. Like even the lumpia, I think, is from Chinese cuisine originally. And there's a lot of that, like siomai is really popular.
Yes.
That's obviously right from Chinese food. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff like that. It's kind of an interesting mix.
I think so, yeah. I think it's been influenced by lots of different countries, for sure, yeah.
So you mentioned that at home, you guys are trying to speak more Tagalog so that your kids can learn it. Where are you guys at in that process? What is your level of Tagalog at right now?
If I was at my mother-in-law's house and they were having my partner, his brother, mum, having the conversation, I will get the gist of it. I will mostly be able to make out what we're talking about. My piecing together sentences is the bit that I struggle with. So I know a lot of common phrases, or I might be able to say, so like this morning, my daughter jumped in the front seat of the car and she always goes in the front seat of the car and the other two fight about it. So I said to my partner, bakit lagi si Mila front kotse? And he can get what I'm saying, but I'm trying to hide that from the kids because I don't want them to make even more of a fuss about being in the front of the car. So I can say words, but I can't piece. I wouldn't be able to say like the past tense. I feel like Tagalog can be quite complicated. Sometimes the way you might say, have you eaten, will you eat, please eat, it's all in different ways of saying it. So I find that hard. I think the hardest thing about that with the tenses emphasis. But I think my understanding is definitely better than my talking.
Yeah, the verbs are very difficult. That's a common thing that I hear from everyone that is learning Tagalog or has learned it before, is just the million different forms that one word can take, right? Like you're talking about the past tense and the future tense and all of that. They even have like focuses as well, like kain, right? And then it's kumain,
Exactly.
kumakain,
Yes.
kakain.
Yeah.
And then kain ka na, right? But then you also have kainin,
Yes.
right? And that would be a distinction that doesn't even exist in English. The difference between kumain and kainin, we only have one word for that, where in Tagalog there's at least two. And then all of those have their own conjugations, right? Kinain, kinakain, kakainin, right?
Yeah, and that's where I struggle for sure.
It's a complicated language, and I think that some people will look at it from the outside and say, well, it doesn't have any genders like Romance languages, like feminine and masculine. It doesn't have any of those. It doesn't have tones like, Chinese or Thai or something like that. So how hard can it really be, And it's in, Romanized letters. So like, how hard can it be? But there are so many nuances with the verbs that do add a lot of complexity.
Yeah, I agree. And so that's why I keep it simple. I just say single words and try to piece a sentence together and hope that somebody can understand me.
If you can understand, that's a huge part of it. I had the opposite problem where when I was learning Tagalog, I was doing it kind of in isolation. I was on a trip to Thailand, actually, when I first started learning. And so there was no Filipinos around me at all. And I just made my own flashcards where I trying to kind of drill those conjugations. So it was like kain, and then I would flip the card. It would say eat, and then it would be kumakain. I'd flip it, and it would say, eating or whatever, example sentences. And so I had this kind of mental representation of the grammar, but it was all just from my own learning. And so I had read the words, I had, written them down, I had said them, but I never heard them. So then when I came back to Canada, I would go up to a Filipino person and be like, "Oy, kamusta ka na?" And then they would be like, "Brrr," and I just would stare at them blank.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand the response.
Oh, wow.
So it took me probably the better part of a year to kind of course correct and have my listening comprehension be able to reach my speaking ability, essentially. And so when you can understand, it makes it a lot easier because at least you can maintain a conversation, even if what you're producing isn't perfect, if the other person can understand you, well, now you're actually having a conversation.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think sometimes as well, some Filipinos anyway speak quite fast. And sometimes I get it completely wrong, but I'll give it a good go. I'll give it a good try to understand things. And sometimes it comes in really handy. Like my partner might be speaking to his brother about doing something on the weekend and he's not told me. And I'll go, "Hey, no." So, and then I'll listen in and be able to guess. But, my kids as well, they know most of the basic things like gutom ka ba, or pagod ka ba. And they will understand that. Kids would be really good. They're very good at saying oppo, oppo. So that's how they respond. But then the tricky part comes because they're so young. When they speak to English speaking people or English people, they will still carry on with those words to English people that have no connection with the Philippines whatsoever. So if my kids are trying to introduce one another to their friends or the friends' mums, they'll say, "Oh, what's your sister's name?" And then my youngest will go, "Oh, that's Ate Mila." And they say, "What? What's her name? Who Ate?" "No, it's not Ate Mila, it's Mila." Because for English people, they wouldn't know what Ate means. So sometimes that comes out when they don't understand when to stop that. And at their school, I had one of the teachers say to me, "Has your daughter got another name?" And I said, "No, it's just Mila." "Oh, anything like Hattie or something?" I said, "No, that's just Delilah calling her Ate, which means big sister." So it's kind of cute that they say those things, and they'll say "oppo" to English people, which I just go, "Oh, they just said yes." That's fine. Which is so sweet. And I love listening and knowing that they've remembered and they know how to respond using the right words, which is really sweet.
Yeah, they kind of have to learn to code switch at the same time that they learn a different language, right? Because if they were just speaking English in England or just speaking, Tagalog in the Philippines, they could get away with using that language all the time. But because they're in a different environment than where that language is spoken, they have to learn, who do I use this with and who do I not, right?
Yeah, it's so true. And they're so young and that will come, I'm sure. But at the moment, I'm just proud to see that they're taking it on board and they're listening and they understand. So it's nice, especially with their Lola, to use pot is really important. And they do use that. And I can see that she's really proud as well. So that's nice.
Meet my new friend Kristen. Kristen was born in the US and grew up in the Philippines, where she spent the first 15 years of her life. Raised in a bilingual environment, she has spoken Bisaya and English her whole life. Kristen creates amazing videos on Instagram all about her life, many of which are in Bisaya. Be sure to check out her content, link below. Kristen has a fascinating story, and it was awesome chatting with her about growing up in Davao, what it means to be a third culture kid, experiencing reverse culture shock in the US, and so much more. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. How do you identify yourself? Let me start with that, I guess.
Technically speaking, I am American. I was born in Oklahoma, actually. And then when I was a 9-month-old baby, my parents moved us to the Philippines. We actually moved to Butuan first, and we lived there for a year, and then we moved to Davao. And then that's where I grew up.
Okay, so you grew up there then your whole life in the Philippines?
Yeah, pretty much my whole life, because I don't have, even though I was born in Oklahoma, I have no memories, of course, since I was a 9-month-old baby, but yeah.
You're back in the States now though, right?
Yes. So we had to come back in like 2007. So I was 15 years old when we moved back.
So growing up, did you guys go back and forth between the US and the Philippines at all, or?
We did a few times. So we did when my mother's father had passed away. I think I was about 5 years old. And I actually think that was my first time back in America, but I hardly have memories from it, just a few vague ones because I was so young. And then I think the next time I came back to the US, I was about 7 or 8 years old. So there was a couple times that we did come back for a visit.
But in terms of living, you were in the Philippines full time.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really interesting. Why did your parents move to the Philippines to start with?
My father was a missionary. I've separated myself from all of that, but that is why we stayed there, lived there, and why I grew up there.
So you said that you grew up in Davao, and then what was the other place you were at?
Yeah, so when we first moved there, like straight from Oklahoma, we moved to Butuan. We lived there for, I think, a year. That's where I celebrated my first birthday. And then after that, we relocated to Davao, and that's where I lived the rest of my time there.
How was it for you moving back to the States?
It was hard. I made a culture shock series, like part 1 to part 10. And obviously I make it like more comedy centered and all that. But actually behind the scenes, like in my real life, it was very, very hard because for me, it wasn't just culture shock smacking me in the face. It was also like I was going through, my parents were divorcing at the time. So there was that. And then the culture shock and just some other things layered together. The adjustment was really, really hard. But for sure, the culture shock, like I actually developed agoraphobia when we moved here. And I actually battled it for really a decade. And I really think that part of that sort of triggered it for me was the culture shock. It was just so hard for me to like adapt and make friends and sort of put down roots here.
Are you interested in learning Tagalog but having trouble finding quality learning materials? Allow me to introduce my Beginner's Tagalog course. 8 years ago, I began teaching myself Tagalog, but I got really frustrated, not only by the complexities of the language, but also the lack of resources for Tagalog. So that's why I decided to create the language course that I wish I had when I started learning. Sign up for my beginner's bundle and get lifetime access to 18 video lessons with corresponding PDF vocabulary sheets. Click the first link down below to get started. Now, back to the video. How was your home culture then? Did your parents maintain kind of an American culture at home, or did they also adapt to like the Filipino way of life?
Yeah, I honestly consider myself so lucky because I do know of other American kids that grew up there, but they didn't have Filipinos living in the home. We did. So we had my yaya, who, those who don't know in English, that's like nanny, but I kind of don't like that translation because it's almost not as deep as what a yaya really is. And so she lived in the home with us and she helped raise us. And then there also was another Filipino woman who lived in the home with us because she worked in the church. And so she moved from her family. So she didn't have anywhere to live. She lived with us. And having them in the home throughout my whole childhood, like that helped not just English be spoken in the home every day and just like American culture, but it caused Bisaya to be spoken in the home every day. And then have my yaya raising us, her influence on us, her culture. So really it was 50-50.
So you were kind of raised like bilingual then with both languages.
Yeah, for sure. That's why when people are like, how did you learn Bisaya? Or like, what did you do to become fluent so quickly? I'm like, I literally don't know because I don't remember. Because to me, I was
Right.
just like any other kid, you know? I'm just this toddler running around and I open my mouth and just that's what comes out because I'm just like any other kid there. It's what I'm hearing.
At this point, like, were your parents also speaking Bisaya? Did they learn?
Yeah, so my mom, when we were in Butuan, she worked with 2 different language teachers. She was very dedicated on it. Within a year, she became fluent.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel like Bisaya is even harder to learn than Tagalog because there are like fewer resources as well. If you have a language tutor, obviously that would help a lot. But in terms of like written materials or like, you know, YouTube videos or whatever, there's not a lot for Bisaya or really any Filipino language. There's more for Tagalog than any of the other ones, but there isn't even a lot for Tagalog at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure. And like any of these like companies with the apps or whatever, yeah, the same thing. You don't really find these other ones in them.
With your mom, did you speak Bisaya as well, or was it only English?
We did if we were like with my yaya or with other Filipinos, then we would speak Bisaya. It's obviously so that everybody could understand. But if it was just us kids and my mom, we would speak English. But what's funny is now that we're here in America, we actually speak Bisaya with my mom more now because, you know, like we want to keep something private or if we're like out shopping or whatever and we just don't want anyone to understand what we're saying.
I feel like that is such an underrated kind of life hack of learning another language.
For sure.
Is that you can say whatever you want if people don't know what you're talking about. Especially if it's a Filipino language and you live in a place like the US or Canada. Like if you just see like other Canadians and Americans, like you can be pretty sure that they're not going to be able to understand what you're saying. If you speak like German or something, it might be more tricky, but I'm sure that the people around me don't understand Tagalog. And I remember doing that a lot with my ex, who is from the Philippines. That's why I started learning. And I could just say whatever I wanted at any time and no one knew what we were talking about. It was amazing.
It is funny. And it's funny too, because the way Visayas sounds, it's kind of sounds similar to Spanish because obviously there's like a lot of crossover words and stuff, but even the sound, the enunciations, it can sound so much like it. And one time me and my mom were out shopping and we were speaking in Visaya and there was a Mexican family, a mother and daughter next to us. And I kept catching the mom being like, trying so hard to understand what we were saying because I think she thought at first we were speaking that because it sounds so similar.
No, I got that all the time as well. Like I remember I worked at this one store and sometimes they would be like Filipino customers that would come in and I would always look for excuses to talk to them. And so I remember I was talking to this one guy in Tagalog and then after like a few minutes of chatting, one of my coworkers came up to me and was like, "Oh my God, you speak Spanish?" And I was like, "Well, I mean, it's Tagalog, but yeah, people just have more exposure to Spanish than Filipino languages as well. And so I think their ears are a little bit more like adjusted to listen for that more than Tagalog, for example. A lot of
Yeah.
people don't even know what Tagalog is.
Yeah.
I think Bisaya has more Spanish words than Tagalog. I mean, I don't speak Bisaya, but from the little bits that I've heard, it seems like there's more Spanish even. Like you guys say like guapo and guapa, right? More in Tagalog, it's like, you know, maganda and pogi. Yeah, it seems like there's even more Spanish in Bisaya.
I think so too. Yeah. I have some friends that speak Spanish and sometimes, you know, we'll be like, oh, that's the same word as this. That's the same word as that.
The community that you grew up in Davao, was it like mostly Filipinos then that you were surrounded by, like when you left your house?
Yeah. For sure. Like, I don't know, recently I was like, yeah, I was the minority growing up. Like, you know, when you just kind of have that light bulb moment because it was just so normal to you growing up. Like as a kid, you're just like, yeah, this is life. But now back in America as an adult, I was like, oh yeah, I was the minority growing up. But yeah, that's how it was. I've heard now that there's a lot more foreigners in Davao, but when I was growing up there, it was few and far between. Every now and then we would see white people out and about. And it's kind of funny because me and my siblings, we would react just like how other little kids would react. We would stare at them and my mom would have to get on to like, stop staring. As an adult now, I think that's so hilarious because I'm like, they were white just like me, but I was just staring at them like, why are you here?
You saw them as different.
Yeah.
It's so interesting when you talk about like cultural identity because there's so many different ways that you can define where somebody's from, right? It can be, okay, where are you from legally? Like, what does it say on your passport? It can be, what is your ethnicity, like your blood, your family lines? And then it can be culture, like, what do you relate to culturally and what did you grow up in culturally? And I really think that last one, it's the one that's most obvious. Like when you're a kid, you don't know that because you're white, you're different than the other kids because
Mhm.
culturally you're the same, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I love that you said that because that's kind of how I love to share about the third culture experience on my page because I feel like it's such a unknown conversation. Like even when I make videos about it, people are like, I didn't even know that was a term, third culture kid. Like I even had one commenter tell me I was making that term up and I was like, that term has existed for decades. You can research it.
And can you give me like a brief breakdown on what it means to be a third culture kid?
Yeah, so basically a third culture kid is their culture really isn't their parents' culture and it technically speaking isn't the culture they grew up in. Like it's not theirs to claim, although I kind of have arguments for that one. But so in a sense, because it's like a blending of all this, it becomes this third culture, which is sort of like this, I don't know, gumbo pot, if you want to call it. And it's just this like unique experience that you don't relate to your parents' culture that you grew up with. It's not really something that you feel like is yours. And then society wouldn't really say this one's your culture either. So it becomes this third culture, which like a blend of everything. And you're just this product of all that.
And when you say like technically you're not Filipino, do you mean like legally, like you don't have a Filipino passport, or where do you draw the line there?
I guess because I don't have Filipino blood, so I don't feel like I have a right to say that, and nor would I try. Like, I'm not trying to like be in spaces or say something that would, offend or hurt anyone. So I don't feel like I have a right to claim that. However, I do feel like I am Bisaya, like I am a part of the Bisaya culture because it is what raised me and shaped me as a person. Like, I would not be who I am today without it. So I do feel like I am a part of the Bisaya culture.
And I mean, we do that all the time with, like, let's say Filipino people that are raised in North America, right? If a Filipino kid moved to Canada at 9 months old and grew up here, I would say that they're Canadian.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say, oh no, you're Filipino, you're not from here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that, but a lot of people also, I think, as a way of maintaining their heritage, will say like, I'm Filipino American or Filipino Canadian, right? Or whatever nationality it might be. And so, do you feel like a label like that would fit you?
I wouldn't reject that type of label because it would make my heart happy. Like, I respond to that in a positive way, but like I said, I'm very careful because with cancel culture and everything, and I have gotten attacked online many times for just trying to share my experience as a third culture kid, and people don't get it. It's black and white to them. They're like, nope, you're supposed to be this because you're white, whatever. And no matter how much I say, I was a baby when I grew up there, so I genuinely can't control how I grew up and how it shaped me. So I'm just very careful with how I talk about stuff online. I mean, I have so many followers that say, nope, you are Filipino, we claim you. And I don't reject that. I love that. I receive that, but it's not something I feel like I have a right to just go around saying.
I hear you. If people are critical, I mean, my assumption would be that they just don't know the whole story, or maybe don't understand the whole story, because I mean, like the idea of like Pinoy baiting or something like that, where like people where people from another country are claiming something that isn't their own just to like kind of gain whatever monetary things, like monetize their channel based on pretending to be something that they're not. The difference between someone like that and someone like you is, I mean, it's a world apart. You have the evidence. You grew up in the Philippines like a Filipino person, and so from my side of things, I think, well, if someone really understood that story, there wouldn't really be any room to criticize.
Yeah, I've received that type of criticism before, and some people even they already have their mind made up about who I am and judging me. I mean, you know how internet haters are. They're like, nope, I already figured everything out, even from one video. And so sometimes I'll try to explain, but it just, some people aren't open to understanding, especially the third culture experience. And so I'll just have to block them because it's just not worth my time.
You're just not going to change everyone's mind, right?
No. And like I said, I just feel like as a society, we're so behind on understanding third culture kids. And I mean, anywhere in the world, even like a Filipino that was brought here to America, or like you said, like Canada, all of them included. Like, I just feel like we're just so behind on understanding that, and understanding that we have a voice. We should get to have a space to talk about who we are, and we shouldn't have to like change who we are or adapt or pick and choose. Like, we can't help who we are. We just are who we are.
Yeah, exactly. At this point in your life now, like without asking you to choose like a label per se, culturally speaking, what do you feel like you relate to more? A Filipino culture or an American culture?
Oh, Filipino culture for sure. Yeah. Like I said, even as an adult now, like I'll have moments when I talk to my boyfriend about it a lot because I still have little ways that I still have a hard time adjusting here or, just like fitting in or I don't know. People would just have to see my life behind closed doors. But yeah. And that's why I find so much comfort in the support I've gotten online because for a long time, I wasn't an online figure at all. I was just like in the privacy of my own life, just being who I am, but feeling scared to share it either way, And so I have found so much comfort from the support I've gotten online because now I feel like I have this online community that I can at least like turn to when, I don't know, life is just weird here in America.
Comparing American culture to Filipino culture, what would you say the biggest differences are?
Honestly, the first thing that comes to mind is just like, I feel like Americans, we separate ourselves more and put walls up between each other. Like even now here in my neighborhood, like we don't know each other here. I mean, my neighbors, and like none of us really want to like mingle. But in the Philippines, especially in Bisaya culture, that's just so not a thing. It's a lot more coming together and openness and community. From the top of my head, even though there's like 100 things I could mention, definitely community feels so much different in the Philippines versus America.
Yeah, like Filipinos really look after each other, right? They kind
Yeah.
of seem to band together in a different way.
Yeah. And whereas here in
Yeah.
America, it's like every man for himself.
Yeah, like I think that the US culture and Canadian culture is very comparable. I've never lived in the States, but I think that's a fair assumption.
Yeah.
We do have this kind of overarching mentality of being individualistic and looking after ourselves. And I live alone and I drive my car so I don't have to see anybody on public
Yep.
transit. And I like the Filipino culture is very different to that. What I like about the Filipino culture is that, even though they have that community mindset for each other, as Filipinos, they're very gracious in extending that to other people as well. Like even here in Canada, I get invited to all of the Filipino parties and, I don't.
Good.
I'm not Filipino, but they include me in ways that they don't need to. And I think that's a really cool thing.
I agree. Yeah.
So like, was that one of the challenges that you found when you moved to the States at 15 was like,
Yeah, I had a really, really hard time making friends. I really did. I isolated myself a lot. I feel like even just for my nervous system, it just knew, even though like obviously in my mind, I knew I was somewhere else, but my nervous system just was like very shocked by just everything, the hustle and bustle here, people's approach, just how Americans are a lot more, I guess I would say there's a little bit more coldness. And that was just very shocking to me. And so it felt very scary to mingle. It felt scary to try to put down roots here. It just was like shocking.
like people are more reserved, maybe. Like their
Yeah,
personalities.
yeah. And like I said, that sort of every man for himself type of mentality, it really affects building community here and trust and connection.
It's kind of a sliding scale, I find as well. Like as I've been to other countries that have different levels of, let's say, collectivist versus individualistic in their culture, you can really see it. And as a Canadian, growing up, I always thought that we were like super outgoing and like open and friendly, and we are in compared to some cultures.
Yeah, and even humor too. I think style of humor, like, oh my gosh, Bisaya humor is so different from American humor. So sometimes I'll post videos and I'm like, don't even try to understand it. This side of followers, please just don't even try. Bisaya people get it.
It's so sarcastic. Like
Yeah.
so sarcastic. Without context, it almost seems mean, but when you know the context, it's not,
I posted a Bisaya comedy video one time and an American was like, I don't know, this just seems abusive to me. And I'm like, no, you don't get it.
Yeah. If you think it's abusive, you're not understanding it. Yeah, that's just how it is. There's always a bunch of cultural things that come when you learn a language. It's not just like the words and, verb conjugations. I would pick up all of these kind of like Filipino jokes and stuff. And I really like it. Like I genuinely think it's funny. And so I love joking around with Filipinos. And sometimes I catch myself like saying something in Tagalog and I'm like, I would never say that in English. Like I would. And I think that also intersects with Filipinos, in my opinion, being a little bit more direct.
Yeah.
Sometimes I find myself being more direct when I'm talking to Filipinos, and then I have to ask myself, like, am I being too direct? Like Is this okay? In the Davao area, do they have like a specialty dish or food that they eat?
We ate McDonald's once in a while in the Philippines, but our main meals every day, every single day, multiple meals a day, was rice and whatever sudan, the side, which would be whatever Filipino dish. Everything from tilapia, sinigang, tinola, caldereta, kare-kare, all of those. My siblings and I loved it. Like, that's the type of food we grew up on. Those were like the main staple dishes. And I guess what you would call like American food was more of like a rare thing.
So do you still eat those kind of dishes now in the States?
Absolutely. I actually get cranky if I don't have Filipino food for a long time. Like, I can't. And that's another thing of like not really being able to adjust here in America is, even though I've been here for so long now, I have not adjusted to like the American way of eating. And I really will get cranky if I don't have my rice or Filipino food. And so obviously I mostly have to cook it myself because we have a Filipino restaurant here, but it's far away. Like, it's a long drive away. So yeah, if I do want to eat that type of food, I have to cook it, which is fine.
Do you have a favorite Filipino dish?
Oh yeah, sinigang. It's my number one. Always will be.
Sinigang?
My yaya, she cooked that for us a lot when we were growing up. And man, every time she would cook that dish, my siblings and I, it was always our favorite. We could smell it. Once it was starting to cook, we knew it was, and we would come running from our room and be like, "Are you making sinigang?"
Was it with pork? I'm
yeah,
assuming?
pork
Yeah.
and the tamarind based one. So very sour. That's I have to have very, very sour sinigang.
I mean, if you're gonna have sinigang, it's got to be sour, right? That's a big part of
Sour.
it. So you said that you have some siblings as well.
Yeah, I have
How many siblings do you have?
All of us together is 4. I have an older sister and then 2 younger brothers.
And so do all of you guys speak Bisaya?
My older sister does, so I'm the second. The brother after me does, but our youngest brother forgot his because he was so young when we left. So yeah, he doesn't know how to speak it anymore.
And so with your 2 other siblings that do speak Bisaya, is that what you guys use with each other, or do you speak English as well?
Just mostly English. I mostly speak Bisaya with my mom. Sometimes I'll speak Bisaya with my siblings again if it's something I, don't want anyone around to hear, or if I'm, for example, like if I'm not trying to be rude. Like last year, there was like a 4th of July get together and I showed up late and I didn't want to be rude and be like, has everyone already eaten? So I just whispered to my brother in Bisaya, have y'all already eaten?
You said that you're in, is it Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Is there a big Filipino population there at all?
There's a lot of Filipinos here. I wouldn't say, definitely not as many as like California, Texas, Hawaii, definitely not close to that. But there's several here. I wish the community was bigger, but when it comes to states like Oklahoma, they're not like, no one's running to move to Oklahoma.
There's Filipinos there, and in the same way that there's Filipinos everywhere. Is that what you're saying? But it's
Yeah.
not necessarily a hub.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you said you obviously you speak Bisaya, you speak English. Do you speak any other languages as well?
No, just those 2. I can understand Tagalog a little. I'm not fluent in it. I don't speak it. Like, for example, I was watching a live stream the other day of a interview that was mostly in English Tagalog, and I could pick up the Tagalog, but I'm not fluent in it.
Do Bisaya speakers mix English into it as well, like Taglish?
I would say not, yes, but not as much. Not as much as Taglish. So like we definitely do like throw words in there here and there, but from what I've heard with Tagalog speakers, it's definitely not as much.
Yeah, especially like people from Manila. There's like so much English. It's crazy.
For sure, yeah.
Would you like to move back to the Philippines?
Yes and no. Like I would move there tomorrow if I could, but I don't want to leave behind my pets here. So when we moved from the Philippines here to America, we had to leave behind all of our animals. And that's like a pain I never want to live through ever again. So I won't put myself through that. And like my animals are my family, ride or die with them. I'll see them till the end of their life. And so that would be my only thing holding me back, really, is my pets.
I mean, could you bring them with you? Are they those kind of pets?
Maybe if I was like really, really rich, but I don't know. Also, like it scares me I don't know how they like load cats and dogs onto a plane. So I don't know. It scares me.
No, I hear you. That's definitely an added complication. What would you say like your favorite thing is about Filipino culture?
Going back to what I said about connection, because I really do miss that. Like every time I'm just like missing home, I feel like that's what I'm missing the most. It's just that community and connection. I don't know, just togetherness and like, it's just so hard to explain. Like it's just so different here in America, but definitely that just community connection and just togetherness that just feels so different from, obviously there is community here in America. You have to look for it, you have to find it, but it's just not the same in my opinion.
Meet my new friend Lucas. Lucas is a British TikToker with a deep affection for Filipino culture. He has wholeheartedly embraced the Filipino sense of humor, creating entertaining videos that reflect the culture. Check out his profile, link in the description below. Lucas has spent several years living in the Philippines, immersing himself in the local lifestyle and embracing everything from the cuisine to the language. It was a pleasure getting to know Lucas and learning about his experiences in the Philippines. We discussed how he became fluent in Tagalog, his favorite regions in the Philippines, how he met his Filipina wife, and so much more. I hope you guys enjoy the video. Dapat mag-Tagalog tayong dalawa, di ba?
Ayoko.
Ayaw mo? Bakit ayaw mo? Ang galing mo talaga mag-Tagalog.
Mas magaling ka eh.
Hindi naman. Magaling ka talaga.
Yung mga gwapo lang yung marunong mag-Tagalog.
Pero marunong ako mag-Tagalog at hindi ako gwapo. Kaya anong nangyari?
Ikaw yung pinakagwapo talaga.
Ay nako, pula na yung mukha ko. Kamusta ka na, Lucas?
Ito, gwapo pa rin, syempre. Hindi, mabuti. Ikaw, kamusta?
Okay lang. Masaya naman. Excited naman ako na andito na ako, nakikipag-usap sa iyo.
Nandito ka ba sa Philippines ngayon? Or...
Hindi, bumalik na ako sa Canada. Pero ikaw, nakatira ka ba sa Pilipinas?
Oo, 2 taon. 2 taon na.
2 taon direksyo lang, hindi ka bumalik sa bansa mo?
Hindi pa ako nakabalik sa UK. Pero yung mga parents ko nakapag-visit na sila dito, nakapunta na sila. Parang gusto nila mag-retire dito.
Ilang beses nakapunta yung mga magulang mo sa Pilipinas?
Isa pa lang nung last year. And then, babalik sila ulit this year. Ng Christmas time, excited na sila magpasko dito. Yung nanay ko kasi parang addict sa Pasko ba. Dito, di ba sa Philippines, pag September, nag-start na yung Christmas, yung Pasko. So, kung dito siya ng September hanggang December, overloaded na yan ng saya.
Oo, addict din yung mga Pilipino sa Pasko daw.
Kaya bagay siya dito.
Are you interested in learning Tagalog but having trouble finding quality learning materials? Allow me to introduce my Beginner's Tagalog course. 8 years ago, I began teaching myself Tagalog, but I got really frustrated, not only by the complexities of the language, but also the lack of resources for Tagalog. So that's why I decided to create the language course that I wish I had when I started learning. Sign up for my beginner's bundle and get lifetime access to 18 video lessons with corresponding PDF vocabulary sheets. Click the first link down below to get started. Now, back to the video. Taga saan ka?
I'm from England. I don't sound like it. Kasi matagal na ako nagtatagalog so parang nahahalo na yung accent. Tagalog accent when I speak English.
Kahit sa English, Pilipino ka?
Pusong Pinoy.
Sorry, anong sinasabi mo kanina? Sabi mo na taga-England ka. Anong lugar mo doon?
Well, sa isang maliit na parang bayan, pero mas malapit siya sa Manchester. So, usually sinasabi ko lang Manchester kasi yun yung alam ng mga tao.
Paano ka natutong mag-Tagalog?
Alam niyo ba yung missionaries sa Church ng Latter-day Saints? So, nung 2015, nag-serve ako ng mission dito sa Philippines. Nung panahon na yun, syempre, kailangan na matuto mag-Tagalog para makapagturo or makatulong sa mga Pilipino dito. And then, nung 2017, natapos na ako dun sa mission. So, bumalik ako sa UK. And then, nag-visit ako nung 2019. Tapos, nag-pandemic, diba? So, after 3 years pa ulit ako nakabalik dito. Kasama ko na yung asawa ko.
Okay. Kaya, bago kang pumunta sa Pilipinas, kaya mo nang mag-Tagalog or hindi pa?
Hindi. Dito ako natuto. Parang thrown into the deep end ba? Into the frying pan. Kasi pumunta kami dito, walang alam na kahit anong Tagalog. Buti yung mga Filipino marunong din mag-English, no? Kaya dahil sa kanila, natutunan ko din mag-Tagalog. Pero di pa ako fluent. May mga words na di ko pa alam.
Parang hindi matatapos yung learning, di ba? May maraming salita na hindi ko alam. At nakakamali pa rin ako sa Tagalog. Minsan sa pagbikas, minsan sa grammar. Pero alam mo na mabait talaga yung mga Pilipino. At kahit hindi pa perfect yung Tagalog natin, wala silang sinasabi. Di ba? Walang asar-asar. Kahit kamusta lang yung sabi mo, magugulat sila. Ay, ang galing mo talaga. Diba? Sabi ko, wala kong sinabi. Paano mo malaman na, magaling ako? Hindi. Pero yung unang basis mo, yung unang trip mo sa Pilipinas, sa mission mo, sabi mo, saan yun sa Pinas?
Yung area namin is Metro Manila. So, lahat ng mga city dito. So, Manila City, Pasay, Parañaque, Las Piñas. And then kasama din dun is Palawan. So, nakapunta din ako ng Palawan. Tapos, doon, parang buhay probinsya talaga kasi wala nang tao na nag-i-English dun. Doon dala ako napag-aralan yung Tagalog ng mabuti kasi wala na akong choice.
Palawan daw yung pinakamaganda sa Pilipinas kasi malapit lang sa dagat, 'di ba? Parang puti talaga yung buhangin, ganun. Maganda ba?
Sobra. Hindi lang ako nakapunta dun sa El Nido.
Hindi?
Hindi. Bawal ma-assign yung mga missionaries dun kasi para siyang tourist spot. So, sinasabi nila, wag na lang pumunta dun. Yung napuntahan ko sa Palawan is yung kabilang dulo. So, sa pinaka-south ako, yung lugar na Brooks Point. And then, maganda yung Nara tsaka Puerto Princesa. Parang na din yun, yung nasa dagat, yung magandang buhangin. Pero yung El Nido tsaka yung Coron, yun yung sikat talaga sa Palawan.
Dati pa, gusto kong malaman kung sa Palawan, alam ko na may mga sikat na lugar, 'di ba? Yung El Nido, ganun. Gusto ko rin malaman kung may mga lugar na mas tahimik, mas parang probinsya talaga. Meron ba ganun?
Meron. So, Nara, maganda yung Nara. Hindi siya katulad ng Corona or El Nido na madaming foreigner. May experience mo dun parang authentic talaga. Kahit mga fast food restaurant, wala. Meron sila isang Jollibee lang and then yung mga iba, puro mga karinderya. Tapos yung beach nila doon, maganda din, puti yung buhangin, tsaka yung tubig sa dagat, mainit. That's the only place na parang katulad ng El Nido doon.
Gano'ng kakatagal doon sa Palawan?
So, nagtagal ako doon 6 months. So, usually, yung nangyayari, kada area mo, 6 months ka doon. So, first, na-assign ako doon sa Mandaluyong. So, may inside joke doon, hindi ko alam kung alam mo. Pero, pag sinabing taga Mandaluyong ka, sabihin mo sa loob o sa labas.
Sa loob o sa labas? Okay, hindi ko gets. Anong ibig sabihin?
Famous kasi yung Mandaluyong dati, meron siyang mental asylum. So, ibig sabihin, kung taga-loob ka, value ka basically. After nun, na-assign ako sa Las Piñas. And then after that, that's when nakapunta na ako sa Palawan. Pagbalik ko sa Palawan, nandun ako sa Makati. And then last area ko is sa Manila, sa Santa Cruz, Tondo area, ganun. Ngayon, andito kami sa Bulacan nag-i-stay. Malapit siya sa Maynila, pero it's still got the kind of province feeling. So, tahimik, paggabi, yung mga places, nagsasara pag mga 8 or 9. So, maganda talaga siya dito.
Kaya sa Bulacan talaga kung saan ka yung pinakamatagal?
Oo, 2 years na kami dito sa Bulacan.
Sa first trip mo, 2 taon ka rin sa Pilipinas pero iba't ibang lugar.
Tama.
Hindi ka lang 2 years sa Pilipinas, 4 pala sa lahat.
Oo nga pala, no? Nahati pala yung time ko dito. So, 2 years in 2015 and then 2 years sa ngayon. Pero for the foreseeable future na kami dito. Parang habang buhay na.
Hindi ka na titira na naman sa England?
Hindi na.
Masaya ka na?
Oo, ba't ba ako babalik dun? Parang, syempre, gusto ko makita yung family ko. Pero, yung weather doon, laging ulan, yung mga tao, compared sa mga Filipino, hindi sila masyado mabait. Yung dito, yung community, yung sobrang maganda. I'm sure na experience mo din yung lahat gusto makapag-usap sa'yo, parang lahat kaibigan mo, ganun. So, sobrang maganda yung para experience dito. Tapos yung pagkain naman, syempre, hindi mawawala yung pagkain. Ang sarap ng pagkain dito.
Anong paborito mong pagkain na Pinoy?
Yung pinaka number 1 is lumpia. Lumpiang Shanghai. Tapos, sumunod doon, caldereta. Beef caldereta, yung masarap din. And then, alam mo ba yung relleno?
Hindi ko alam yun.
Oh, masarap yun. So, siya, bangus, tapos na-stuff ng ground pork, tsaka may konting carrots, ganun. Tapos, ini-stuff nila sa loob ng fish. Tapos, iniihaw. Sobrang sarap, sobra. Ano yung favorite mo?
Yung paborito ko na natikman ko na, yung sisig.
Oh, yan. Tama, tama.
Tapos yung yung lumpiang Shanghai, gusto ko talaga yun. Tapos kare-kare, gusto ko yun. Meron na akong nakilala na missionary na marunong magtagalog. Lalo na yung mga Amerikano kasi marami talaga sila, 'di ba? Magaling talaga sila magtagalog, pero minsan medyo malalim yung Tagalog nila. Pero sa'yo, parang natural talaga yung pagsasalita mo.
Salamat, salamat. Pero ganun din sa'yo. Kaya natin mag-practice lang ng mga words na mas malalim din para malabanan natin yung mga Amerikano.
Pero hindi ko alam, maganda pag malalim talaga yung Tagalog mo at nakakaintindi ka ng mga malalim na salita. Pero pag gusto mong makipag-usap sa mga Pilipino, dapat medyo slang din, medyo Taglish yung gamit mo para mas natural yung pagsasalita mo sa Tagalog, diba? Kasi may maraming salita na pwede natin gamitin pero parang medyo pangit pakinggan, diba?
Kasi when in-imagine natin na fluent ka sa Tagalog, iniisip mo as in straight yung Tagalog mo, wala ng English, as in every word na lumalabas sa bibig mo is Tagalog. Pero dito, syempre fluent yung mga Filipino pero hinahalo na din nila ng English. Ini-slang din nila, 'di ba? Katulad ng sabi mo. Kaya pag straight yung Tagalog mo, parang nakakahiya sa sarili mo.
Tama. Kunyari pumunta ako sa coffee shop sa Manila at gusto kong umorder ng coffee na may 2 gatas. Parang na-translate ko yun sa utak ko na 2 gatas. Pero sa kanila medyo medyo weird pakinggan pag sabi mo pa-order po ng kape na may 2 gatas. Hindi naman natural. Mas gusto nilang sabihan coffee 2 cream or 2 milk or ganun, 'di ba? At least sa Manila, yun yung ginagamit nila.
Sa Starbucks puro English yung
yung mga mayabang.
'Di ba?
Mga malaking ulo. Yun nangyari sa Tim Hortons. Anong paborito mong lugar sa Pilipinas na nakapunta mo na?
Nakapunta na kami sa Cebu, tapos ang ganda ng Cebu talaga. Tapos Palawan, kahit yung place na yung lugar na pinuntahan ko, hindi siya famous for white sand beach ganun. Sobrang ganda pa rin kasi yung gubat, tsaka may mountain doon. So ang gandang tignan. Pag magising ka doon, parang nasasarapan ka sa buhay mo. Yung tinirahan namin noon, 2 minuto lang nandun ka na sa beach, nandun ka na sa dagat.
May maraming foreigner na pumupunta sa Pilipinas pero hindi sila marunong Tagalog at hindi sila natututo. Kahit matagal na sila doon, parang tinatamad pa rin silang matuto. Sayang yun, di ba? Sayang sa kanila.
Kung sana sinusubukan na nila mag-Tagalog kasi maganda din Siyempre, pag yung kasama mo nahihirapan na mag-English, pwede na kayo mag-Tagalog. Goes both ways na nakikisama ka na din sa kanila.
Sa tingin ko, minsan, akala nila, kung nasa Pilipinas na sila, sapat na yon para matutong mag-Tagalog. Diba? Parang, madali na lang yon pag nasa Pilipinas ka. Pero hindi naman. Dapat may effort ka pa, diba? Kailangan mo pang matutunan yon. Hindi mangyayari lang bigla. Diba?
Tama.
Kaya gusto kong malaman kung paano ka natutong mag-Tagalog. Kasi alam ko na pumunta ka sa Pilipinas, 2 years ka dyan, pero paano ka talagang matutong mag-Tagalog?
So, every day, nag-aaral kami. At least 1 hour bago kami lumabas. Tapos, nung bago ako, yung trainer ko ganun sa pagmi-mission, tinuruan niya ako magbigkas ng alphabet, ng tamang pronunciation ng alphabet nila, ganun, para makuha ko na din yung accent. And then, after that, it's just trying to learn yung mga words na ginagamit ng mga Pilipino araw-araw, as well as yung mga words para tulungan mo rin sila. Kasi part of being a missionary is helping yung mga mahihirap with community service projects. So, yung mga ginagawa namin is like school renovations, tumutulong kami sa mga housing projects, ganun. Siyempre, para maintindihan din nila yung mga sinasabi mo, kailangan Tagalog. So, we would always talk to the kids, yung mga bata, they're always like trying their English, and nagtatanong din kami kung ano yung mga words nila, yung mga slang, mga ganun, mga street words.
Gusto kong malaman kung paano mo nakilala yung asawa mo.
So yun, nung 2017, nung last area ko, so pauwi na ako nun, pero na-assign ako sa area niya. Tapos doon ko siya nakilala. Then after mission, usap-usap lang sa Messenger, sa Facebook. Then nung bumalik ako dito nung 2019, that's when naging serious na.
Wow, so usap-usap lang kayo ng 2 taon.
More than 2 taon, 'di ba? Kasi after ng 2019, 2020 nag-pandemic na, so more on 5 years yung LDR, 'di ba?
Kaya anong sabi mo, yung anong lugar ng asawa mo?
Sa Maynila siya, so Manileña. Doon siya pinanganak.
So taga Maynila siya, bakit lumipat kayo sa Bulacan?
Dahil meron silang bahay dito, yun yung family house din nila before. So, yung tatay niya, tsaka yung mga tito-tita niya, dito din nakatira. And then, lahat na sila lumipat sa Maynila. So, wala na nakatira dito. And parang in disrepair na yung house kasi during pandemic, parang 2 years na siyang napabayaan. Nung kinasal na kami, sabi niya na sa inyo na lang yung bahay. Kumbaga, parang wedding gift niya sa amin yun. So, dito na kami. Mabait yung lola niya.
Oh, mabait talaga. May bahay na. Malaking regalo yon, hindi lang toaster. Buong bahay.
Oh, di ba? Microwave. Yun yung regalo ng nanay ko. Microwave. Thanks, Mom.
Anong ginagamit niyong salita sa isa't isa?
Siya laging Tagalog. Ako, Taglish kasi minsan nahihirapan din ako mag-Tagalog. Di ko ma-express yung gusto ko sabihin sometimes. Naguguluhan yung utak ko. I'm sure na-experience mo din yung parang you wanna say something pero hindi mo masabi dahil you're trying to translate it and it's just your words are coming out faster than being processed in your brain.
There are lots of words like that too that you just can't translate very well in Tagalog. To speak Tagalog like 100% or at least like 80% and have some Taglish, you need to change the way that you're gonna express yourself completely. Para sa iyo, anong pinakamahirap sa Tagalog para matutunan?
All the conjugations, ang dami. Just to say like, I don't know, sleepy, so antok, diba? Ang daming inaantok, inantok, nakakaantok, naantok. Ang dami. Kaya that's yung pinaka mahirap sa akin. Buti yung asawa ko, tinutulungan niya din ako para din ako magkamali. Pero sa sobrang daming conjugations, tapos gusto ko i-try yung bago for example, like nakakapag, diba? Yung pinagsama kong word doon, it doesn't work with that conjugation. Kaya it's like, akala ko marunong na ako.
Yeah, maraming prefixes, suffixes, lahat ganun.
Anong favorite Tagalog word mo?
Gusto ko yung mga salita na parang kaiba talaga pakinggan kaysa sa English. Kunyari, paru-paro.
Hindi ko alam yun
Paru-paro, ibig sabihin butterfly. Gusto ko rin nakakapagpabagabag.
Oh, galing mo Kaya mo yan. Galing.
Ano ba sa'yo? Anong paborito mong salita?
It's not the greatest word, pero lagi ko ginagamit yung putik.
Putik. Mud yun, di ba? Mud?
Depende sa context. It's like a slang way of saying like annoying, ganun. Imbis na magmura, putik na lang.
Kung sasabihin ko yung paborito kong salita, maganda kasi pakinggan. Iba yon kaysa sa mga salita na mahilig akong gamitin. Kunyari, anong ginagamit ko palagi sa Tagalog na wala sa English? Meron. Parang, grabe ka talaga. Grabe. Pwedeng sabihin yun sa English pero, like, that's crazy. Ganun yata, hindi ko alam. Paano?
Oo. Wala nang direct translation but like, grabe is like, wow, I can't believe it or like, oh man, that's crazy.
Pero medyo mahirap matranslate yon pag sabi mo, grabe ka. Anong ibig sabihin yon? You're too much?
That's how I would interpret it, yeah.
Pero gusto ko yan talaga, grabe. Pwede mong sabihin yun sa kahit anong situation. Pag galit ka na, pag nagagulat ka na lang, pag nagbibiro ka sa mga kaibigan mo, anong paborito mong bagay sa kulturang Pilipino?
Family. Family is everything here. I'm sure nakita mo yung isang family, kahit 4 generations, nakatira sa isang bahay. Pag may celebration, lahat ng kamag-anak, lahat ng extended family, yung mga friends nila sa barangay, sasama sa celebration. Ang saya-saya talaga ng buhay. Saya ng mga Filipino dito. Kaya, yun yung nagustuhan ko. Ang saya ng mga tao kasi nahahawa kay masaya sila, tapos parang ikaw din, it's like contagious. Kaya maganda talaga stay dito na matagal.
Gusto ko rin yun, yung mga parang kung gusto mong sumama sa kanila, welcome ka palagi. Kahit umiikot kami doon sa mga barangay sa Maynila, wala kong kilala doon, di ba? Foreigner ako, hindi ako taga doon. Pero kahit umiikot lang sa ibang barangay, barangay Sembo, sa Sampaloc, kahit saan, mabait talaga yung mga tao sa akin. At sinasabi nila, oy, halika dito, anong pangalan mo, anong bansa mo, anong gusto mong gawin dito. Naalala ko pa sa ibang barangay, Barangay Pio sa Makati. Meron akong nakita sa kalsada, parang nagbabenta siya ng ista. Sabi niya sa akin, oy, welcome to our country. Maraming salamat sa pagpunta sa Pilipinas. At hindi ko siya kakilala. Parang bigla sinasabi nila yon sa akin. Parang it melts your heart. Ang bait talaga nila.
Once nakapunta dito, parang ayaw mo na umalis. Parang ganun.
At kahit dumating ka sa Pilipinas ng mag-isa, hindi ka mag-iisa. May kasama ka palagi. Basta sinusubukan mo rin. Dapat kausapin mo rin sila. Dapat curious ka rin. Pero pag ganyan talaga yung ugali mo, na open ka sa kanila, tinatanggap ka nila.
100%. Nag-stay na ako dito ng 2 taon. Ganun talaga. Yung katapat namin lagi nakikipag-usap sa akin. Tapos kahit 2 taon na ako dito, na-amaze pa din siya na galing mo mag-Tagalog. Sinasabi ko, tsamba-tsamba lang yan, tito. Ganun. Tapos like, hindi. Nabibilib ako sa'yo. Ang bait nila.
Meet my new friend Faye. Half Filipino and half Emirati, Faye has a remarkably diverse and intriguing cultural heritage. He is a passionate individual who deeply values Filipino languages and cultures. Faye also creates engaging videos on YouTube, where he surprises people with his proficiency in Tagalog. He recently launched a new podcast as well, so be sure to check out his channel, link in the description below. Faye is genuinely a wonderful guy, and I thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. We discussed his experiences growing up in 3 different countries, the languages he speaks, the culture he's cultivating at home with his own children, and so much more. I hope you guys enjoy the video. Ilang salita ang kaya mo?
Native ko ang Tagalog. Like, pinanganak ako sa Pilipinas, so yun ang pinaka-native ko. And then English yung second, and then Spanish yung nakita mo. Or actually, marunong din ako mag-Ilocano, which is yung isa na naman language ng Filipino. I'm sure you alam mo yun. Mother side ko is from the Ilocano, so alam ko yung Ilocano. Tapos Spanish is like sort of order lang pagkain, ganyan. Siguro basic conversation kaya ko. Tapos pinakamahina ko is yung Arabic, which is inaaral ko rin ngayon, Arabic.
Kaya ipinang-anak ka talaga sa Pilipinas?
So pinanganak ko sa Pilipinas, tapos yung father ko is actually from Emirates. Doon sila nagbit ng nanay ko sa UAE. Nurse yung nanay ko sa UAE. And then pinanganak ako sa Pilipinas, tapos lumipat kaming magkapatid. Meron akong kapatid na isa pa. Ay, 2 kapatid ko, pero yung sumunod sa akin is lumipat kami ng UAE nung bata kami. Pinanganak kami sa Philippines, lumipat kami sa UAE. About siguro 1 or 2 ako, and then siya 1. And then nangyari yung Gulf War noon. Natakot yung parents ko, so pinadala kami ulit sa Pilipinas kasi baka maapektuhan kami. Siguro from 2 ako hanggang mga 9 or 10. Doon ako pinanganak, and then doon ako lumaki talaga. Doon ako nagsimula magsalita talaga sa Pilipinas. And then around 9 or 10, bumalik kami ng UAE ulit. And then bakasyon na lang kami umuwi ng Pilipinas.
Wow, pero nasa US ka na, di ba?
Yes, ako ngayon. So magsimula naman nung 18, lumipat naman kami dito. Yung mom ko is nurse nga, so meron siya nahanap na work dito. Lumipat kami buong family namin dito.
I know many of you rely on international remittance as a way of sending money back home to support your families. Because of that, I am proud to be a brand ambassador for TapTapSend. When it comes to sending money internationally, there are lots of options. What sets TapTapSend apart is their commitment to reducing transfer costs, as well as their impressive track record of affordable and successful worldwide transfers. But don't just take my word for it. 18,000 reviews on Trustpilot rate TapTapSend an impressive 4.6 out of 5 stars. The TapTapSend app is available for iOS and Android, and it will save you time, money, and effort. Want to give it a try for yourself? When using my personalized promo code Kuya Jared, you will receive a bonus of $20 on your first transfer. Click the first link below to get started. And thank you to TapTapSend for sponsoring this video. Anong lugar kung saan ka pinakamatagal?
Sa pinakamatagal is dito na. I think dito na kasi nag-travel ako buong bata ako, like half ng life ko. And then magmula 18 hanggang, katrabaho na ako, ganyan. Tinapos ko rin yung college ko dito. Nag-nursing din ako. Kasi mga Pilipino, di ba? I mean, hindi ko alam talaga kung gagawin ko nun. Classic. Like, nag-nurse ako. For 3 years, actually, nag-nursing din ako. Pero ngayon, yung work ko ngayon is work from home. And tinatry ko ngayon, na-in-love na ako mag-YouTube. So, I think tinatry ko i-push na itong YouTube.
Kaya mo. Anong lugar niyo sa Pilipinas? Sabi mo na Ilocana yung nanay mo. Nakatira talaga kayo doon sa Ilocos?
Hindi Ilocos. Nueva Ecija. Hindi ko na kung narinig mo yun. So, yung Nueva Ecija, maraming halo dyan. Meron mga Ilocano, meron mga Tagalog. Lumaki ako, nung nag-school ako, doon medyo sa city, puro Tagalog doon. Pero yung talagang village ng nanay ko kung saan talaga siya pinanganak at saan nanggaling. Andun pa rin yung bahay namin. Puro Ilocano doon. Kaya ako natuto kasi ganun lang. Naririnig mo lang. And yun lang. Doon ka lang natuto.
Anong ginagamit yung salita sa bahay noon bata ka pa?
Tagalog. Pero nung upunta na kami ng UAE, kasama na namin yung tatay ko, so yung nanay ko, doon English lang. Pero yung English ko noon, English namin is more yung English Arabo ba? Like, medyo broken English siya. Hindi siya the same English as US and Canada. So even nung paglipat namin dito, I had to learn how to speak in English kasi iba yung English yung pag-English mo sa UAE and yung Arabs and yung Indians yung ganyan, yung mga mostly nandun. Iba sa English dito. Like, kailangan matuto ka naman ibang klaseng pagsasalita kasi yung the way na magsalita ka doon, hindi na masyado maintindihan dito. And syempre, like, nag-uusap lang naman kami ng English pag nasa bahay kami, pag nandiyan yung tatay ko. Pero pag yung nanay ko nasa bahay at yung tito ko, nakatira din sa amin nun, Tagalog lang. And then, sa school, pinadala din kami sa Filipino school. Kahit nasa UAE kami, Filipino school pa rin. Pero Filipino pa rin. Teacher, students, lahat Filipino. So,
pero yung tatay mo, hindi siya marunong magtagalog?
So, nakakaintindi siya. And then, alam niya yung mga jokes na phrases pero hindi siya kaya magsalita ng straight.
Parang may tatlong bahay ka sa Pilipinas, sa Dubai, sa US.
Yeah. Kasi yung last na uwi ko rin ng Dubai, like parang sabi ko, wow, parang childhood ko rin to. And then pag umuwi kami sa Pilipinas, ganun din, like parang totoo yung sinasabi mo, like parang tatlo na yung bahay namin, tatlo na yung hometown ko. Pero syempre pinakamahal ko pa yung Pilipinas. kung pipili ako na isa, Pilipinas talaga. Syempre ipupush natin tong YouTuber natin. And kung kaya ko, travel din ako Pilipinas, makapag-vlog. Baka ma-collab ko kayo. Baka...
sige, mag-collab na tayo. Sige. Libre mo ako ng ticket. Tara na. So sabi mo na kung kailangan mong pumili ng isang kultura, Pilipinas talaga.
Ako Pilipinas talaga. Lagi ko sinasabi yan pagka puso ko Pilipino. Kahit na half and half ako, pero talaga yung puso ko sa Pilipinas.
Kasi kahit sa Dubai, Filipino talaga yung environment mo, di ba?
Yeah. Kahit na nasa Dubai kami, kumbaga nasa Pilipinas siya, pero nasa ibang bansa lang kasi susunduin kami ng bus noon, dadaling kami sa Pilipino yung security guard, Pilipino yung janitor, Pilipino yung teacher, Pilipino lahat. Like, so parang nasa Pilipinas ka na rin pero nasa ibang bansa lang.
So wala naman culture shock between Dubai tsaka Pilipinas para sa'yo?
Siyempre meron pa rin siya pagkakaiba kasi hindi most ng tao doon sa UAE ay mga Pilipino. Siyempre kailangan intindihin mo pa rin yung different culture nila kasi nag-Arabic yung mga tao doon, meron Indians, Pakistani, like Sri Lankan, like almost like melting pot nga yung UAE. I mean, may pagka-culture shock siya, like yung weather din napakainit doon. Like walang lumalabas doon ng tanghali. Yung misis ko is actually from British Columbia. Andiyan ka ngayon?
Nakatira na ako sa Vancouver. Kaya ipinanganak ako sa Calgary, tapos lumaki ako doon. Buong buhay ko doon. Tapos kakalipat ko lang dito noong September. Kaya yung asawa mo Pilipina siya pero tumira din siya sa British Columbia or paano yun?
So laki din siya, born din siya and laki sa Pilipinas. Pero lumipat sila dito ng nanay niya. Yung stepfather niya is is Canadian actually. Pero dito na siya nakatira ngayon. Pero I mean, nakakabisita pa rin kami doon sa British Columbia. Actually, gusto ko yung area na yan, yung sa Vancouver. Like, maganda siya.
Paano mo nakilala yung asawa mo?
Nakilala ko siya online actually. So, nakilala ko siya sa Instagram. Yun, nagsimula, nag-usap kami yung unang time na nag-usap kami. Tagal. Like, first time na nag-usap, siguro mga 3-4 hours kami straight nag-usap. Actually, time ng COVID to. Hindi ko siya makita. Hindi ako makapunta dyan sa Canada. And then, naging official kami for 1 year online. I think 3 months before nag-open, nag-book ako ng flight kahit hindi ko alam hindi pa mag-open. And then, a month later, pinakita nila yung sa news na magbubukas na. So, yun. Natuloy ako na pumunta na na-meet ko yung siya at yung family niya for the first time kasi straight ako doon na sila sumundo sa akin sa airport.
Marami bang Pilipino sa North Carolina?
Nakatira ako sa American sana in the country, like more country yung so hindi masyado maraming Pilipino dito. Doon sa kung nasan yung nanay ko, like 30-40 minutes drive, doon mas maraming Pilipino. Hindi pwede ikumpara sa Vancouver. Vancouver talaga tayong Pilipino. Pag pupunta ako sa site ko, sa misis ko, like, man, di ako sanay tayong Pilipino. Like, parang hindi na sanay yung mata ko na ganun karaming Pilipino.
Kamusta yung yung Ilocano mo? Mas magaling ka bang mag-Tagalog o mag-Ilocano?
Tagalog. Yeah, yung Ilocano kasi hindi man ako nagpa-practice lagi. I mean, basically, kahit anong sabihin mo sa akin sa Ilocano, maintindihan ko. Pero yung pagsasalita, hindi siya super fluent. Mas magaling pa rin kaysa sa Spanish. Kasi Spanish ko is like super elementary level. Pero Ilocano ko, like, I mean, pwede ako magsalita, pwede akong maipag-usap.
In fairness, mahirap talaga mag-Ilocano. Ang haba ng salita nila.
Sinubukan mo pag-aralan yung Ilocano?
May kakilala ko dito na Ilocano. O doon sa dating trabaho ko. Tapos tinuruan ako nila ng konting salita. Pero konting salita lang. At parang nahihirapan ako kahit sa mga basic na salita. Kasi ang haba ng salita nila. Ay nako. Parang agyamanak.
Agyamanak, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Aan ko amo. Ano, mali ba yun? Aan ko amo?
Hindi, tama.
When, manong, manang...
Marami kang alam.
Hindi. 5 words. Yun na lang yung kaya ko. Aayatin ka.
Ayan, importante. I love you. I love you.
Natutunan ko yun sa Omay TV. Maraming landi doon.
Bakit Ilocano ba yung mo? Yung jowa mo?
Hindi. Colombiana siya.
Colombiana. Pero meron ka pag-practice ng Spanish. Nag-Spanish ba siya?
Nag-Spanish kami dito sa bahay. Spanish yung gamit ko sa kanya. Tapos English yung gamit ko sa pamilya ko. Siyempre sa mga kaibigan ko. Tapos Tagalog yung gamit ko para sa trabaho ko sa YouTube. So yun talaga yung ginagamit ko palagi. Silang tatlo. Tapos kaya ko rin mag-German. Pero hindi naman ako madalas nag-German.
Parang halos pareho yung parang inaaral natin. Yung English, Tagalog, tsaka yung Spanish. Kumbaga, yun yung gusto ko maging third, yung Spanish. Kasi ang lapit niya sa Tagalog, ang daming words na similar.
Mas madali sa iyo kasi native speaker ka sa Tagalog. Para sa akin, minsan nahihirapan ako noon kasi hinahalo ko yung mga salita. Nalilito ako sa Spanish tapos sa Tagalog kasi medyo parehas yung pagbikas. Pero medyo sanay na ako kasi matagal na ako nagsa-Spanish tsaka nagtatagalog sabay. Parang nahiwalay ko na silang dalawa sa utak ko.
Ang advantage ng native Tagalog speaker is yung vocabulary. Kasi yung grammar magkaiba.
Pag nag-English ka, para kang walang accent.
Almost. I guess you could say that.
Natuto ka mag-English doon sa Pilipinas ng konti o halos lahat sa US tapos sa Dubai?
Yung pagsasalita, dito na. Pero yung knowledge, kasi I mean naman sa mga hindi ko lang kung alam mo sa Filipino school, like, importante English, may mga English subject, ganyan. Actually, English isa sa mga paborito kong subject nun. Kahit na hindi ako magaling magsalita, English is sa mga paborito ko. And then, mahilig din ako manood ng mga American TV shows. I guess nung paglipat dito, madali ko lang na tinry gayahin yung mga accent na yun. Kasi yan, nakukuha ko lagi yung sabihin na, wait, you weren't born here? Sabi ko, I was born in the Philippines, sabihin ko. Marami ka nakikita mga Pilipino dito na kahit buong buhay nila, nandito sila. Hindi talaga nawawala yung accent na yun. So, I'm just lucky, I guess, hindi ko masyadong yung accent niya.
Yeah, meron na mas magaling sa accent kaysa sa mga iba. Minsan, ginijudge ko yung mga tao na pangit ng accent nila kasi sa tingin ko, ay hindi nila sinusubukan. At meron ganun na wala silang pakialam sa accent, di ba? Pero meron din na kahit ipinipush nila yon hindi pa kaya.
A for effort na lang. Like yung accent mo actually is like parang Pilipino na. Like paano mo nagawa yun? Like pagka sinarado ko yung mata ko ngayon, parang Pilipino yung kausap ko.
Hindi ko alam, yung sinasabi nila sa akin na kagaya ng Bisaya daw yung accent ko sa Tagalog. So parang Filipino yata ako yung pagbikas ko sa Tagalog, pero hindi Tagalog. Parehas din, ginagaya ko lang yung kasama ko. Gaya-gaya lang ako. Pero nakakamali pa rin. Tapos mabait talaga yung mga Pilipino at minsan ayaw nilang sabihan sa akin pag mali ako.
Yeah. I mean, once naiintindihan mo na, okay na.
Yeah, pag naiintindihan nila yung sinasabi ko, sapat na yon. Pero minsan gusto ko rin magpabuti yung pagbikas ko sa Tagalog, diba? Pero hindi ko alam na mali pala yung sinabi ko.
Ganun naman ng mga Pilipino, like naturally, like kind-hearted. So, hindi ka nila, unless close na close ka talaga, like meron kang friends, pagtatawanan ka nila, like kunwari may sinabi ka something na nakakatawa, like sabihin nila, like, sinabi mong ganito, kailangan close friends talaga kayo.
Pag meron akong narinig na parang correction, sa tropa ko lang, tama ka. Sinasabi nila sa akin, oh, hindi ganun, dapat ganito. Okay, sige.
Yung accent mo talaga, like, oh my God, okay, sige. Like, kahit yung sige mo, it's like, oh my God, it's just like, it's Filipino. It's like,
hindi. Peking Pilipino lang ako. Ikaw talaga yung tunay.
dapat pa yun yung pangalan ng YouTube mo. Peking Pilipino.
Peking Pinoy.
Peking Pinoy.
Mahirap ba sa'yo noon pumunta ka sa US?
Nung kalilipat namin dito, yeah, mahirap. Kasi nag-aaral ako ng nursing noon sa Pilipinas. And syempre, ayoko iwanan yung mga kaibigan ko doon, yung pamilya ko. Nasanay na ako and Pilipino ko. Like, di ba most ng mga tao gusto nila punta ng US. And ako talaga, parang ayoko talaga. And then lumipat kami dito, lalo talaga. Kasi talaga na-homesick talaga ako. Hindi ako masyado magaling mag-English. Iba yung English nila dito. hindi nila ako maintindihan. So, onting culture shock, merong onting adjustment period, probably a year. And then after nun, okay na. Nahanap na yung mga tito, yung mga tita, yung mga anak nila, Pilipino din. Iyon pa isa. Paglipat namin dito, pinakilala sa amin yung mga tita na nurses din, yung mga anak nila, mga Pilipino din. And then we all meet up, right? No one speaks Tagalog. Siguro may isa, dalawa. Out of 20, 25, may isa o dalawa na marunong mag-Tagalog. So ko, like, ganun din. Like, nag-i-English sila lahat. Like, parang homesick pa rin ako. So isa na namang gulat yun sa akin. Like, oh my God, gusto ko na umuwi. Pero, I mean, ngayon, thankful ako sa nanay ko. Dinala kami dito kasi dying opportunities dito kumpara sa Pilipinas. So, gusto ko pa rin dito. Like, pero gusto ko yung half and half na kasi namimiss ko na rin yung Pilipinas. Namimiss ko yung mga pamilya ko doon. Pamilya ko sa UAE. So, gusto ko mag-spend ng more time doon.
Anong pakakaiba ng Pilipinas tapos US sa kultura?
First na napansin ko talaga is yung family values. Hindi ko alam like sa mga bigger cities sa Pilipinas. Pero sa amin talaga ang laki ng family. Parang nakikita ko dito hindi kasing close-knit yung families. Doon talaga like, my God, ang laki ng pamilya namin. Yung nanay ko is 7 siblings sila. So imagine may mga pinsan ko, ang saya pag Pasko, pag meron may birthday, ang saya ang dami namin. So close na close yung family. Tapos yung mga parents, nakikita mo doon, inaalagaan ng anak nila. Like, kahit na tumatanda na yung anak. Dito nakikita ko, nursing home or like, minsan bibisitahin na lang nila pag Thanksgiving, ganun. So, laking sa akin yun, like, wow, hindi the same values, like, different culture siya. Yun yung pinakamalaking thing sa akin. And then, nakita ko is like, yung mga bata, ang aga nilang mag-drive and magtrabaho. Like, siguro mga 15, 16 pa lang. Ganun din ako, like, nung 16 ako, gusto ko rin, 18 kami, 18 ako, 17, 18. Gusto ko rin mag-work, gusto ko rin mag-drive. So, yun yung two main things na naiisip ko na pinaka-big like differences.
Tapos yung pagkain, anong pakakaiba ng pagkain sa Pilipinas tapos sa US?
Pagkain, talo US. Sorry my American people. Like Filipino, like siguro ikaw nang nandun ka, nakita mo yun, like Filipino food is just hits different. And baka dahil na rin sa akin yan, like sa pagpapalaki ko, doon ako pinanganak and sanay na sanay ako.
Anong paborito mong pagkain na Filipino?
Adobo. Chicken adobo.
Chicken adobo.
Yeah. Classic chicken adobo. Close second siguro yung kare-kare. Hindi ko na ako nakakain kaya ng kare-kare.
Aha. Natikman ko na yon.
Adobo lagi. Like, kung mapipili lang ako ng isa, adobo. And then, kare-kare. Like, close second siya. Ikaw, ano paborito mong ano?
Mahilig din ako sa adobo tapos sa kare-kare. Pero, sisig talaga yung paborito ko.
Oh, Kaya yan, Filipino, din yan. Filipino staple din yan.
Anong kultura sa bahay niyo? Pilipina yung asawa mo, ikaw kalahati, pero nasa US pa rin kayo. Kaya mas Filipino sa bahay o parang Amerikano pa rin o paano yun?
I would say mix na siya. Like, syempre kasi iba pa rin yung nakukuha mo sa school. Like, puro Americans yung classmates nila. So, nakahalo na ng unting Americans, yung mahilig sila sa soccer and basketball, yung mga bata. So, yung mga teammates nila, lahat American. Pero dito sa bahay, lahat Tagalog. Like, wala kang maririnig na, I mean, other than jokes, like, siguro magjo-jokes siya na, any phrases sa Americans. Like, Tagalog lahat. Kumakain kami, dinner, Tagalog. Pag uutusan ko sila, Tagalog. So, lahat Tagalog. Kasi, magmula noon pa lang, inano ko na talaga siya na kailangan para matuto sila ng Tagalog sa bahay. Doon magsisimula. I mean, literally, from when they're a baby, you have to speak. Like, Tagalog na yung salita ko sa kanila. So, alam nila yung Filipino food din. Like, kasi asawa ko mahilig magluto. So, I mean, pag tinanong mo yung dalawa kung ano gusto nila, kung saan nila gusto tumira, sigurado sabihin nila Pilipinas.
Ayos talaga yun kasi yung napansin ko dito sa Canada, maraming bata na kahit Pilipino yung mga magulang nila, pag ipinanganak sila dito, English lang yung gamit nila sa bahay. Kahit Tagalog yung ginagamit ng mga magulang, sumasakot lang sa English.
Ang doon is like, hindi ka pwedeng sumagot when they speak back in English. Kailangan sabihin mo, ano yan? Hindi ko naiintindihan. Like, ganun ako nun. So, alam nila i-switch yung English brain nila into Tagalog.
Maraming Pilipino, hindi ko alam kung bakit, pero nasa isip nila, pag nandito tayo sa Canada, dapat English yung gamit. Pero sayang talaga yun kasi yung mga anak nila, wala silang alam sa Tagalog o sa dialects nila.
Ang dami ko nga nakikita na ganyan. Hindi ko rin maintindihan. Pinag-uusapan namin ng misis ko yan minsan. Like, bakit pa pinupush nila? Hindi ko maintindihan kung saan galing yan. It's really puzzling to me. Kung ginawa ko yun sa mga anak ko, I think kung umuwi kami sa Pilipinas, ma-out of place sila.
Mahihirapan daw sila sa school pag Tagalog lang yung gamit nila sa bahay. So, sabi nila, mas madali lang sa kanila pag purong English lang sa buhay nila. Parang nakalimutan nila na mas mahirapin din sila sa Pilipinas pag uwi na.
Yeah.
Pag walang Tagalog, 'di ba? Paano sila makipag-usap sa lola nila?
Compared sa mga ibang languages na pinag-aralan mo katulad ng German, sabi mo, Spanish, Tagalog ba yung pinakamadali sa'yo or ano yung...
Medyo mahirap malaman kasi Tagalog talaga yung pinakaunang salita na natutunan ko. Wala akong experience sa mga ibang wika bago akong magsimula matuto mag-Tagalog. Kaya hindi ko alam kung paano magsalita ng iba. Pero sa Spanish, sa German, may experience na ako sa Tagalog. Kaya alam ko na kung anong dapat gawin ko para matuto. Sa Tagalog, mahirap talaga yung grammar, nakakalito. At yung problema, walang resources. So, kailangan ko talaga turuan yung sarili ko, di ba?
Medyo weird Like, katulad nung, for example, sabihin mo, magaling ako. Sa English, di ba baliktad yan, I am good or baliktad siya.
Medyo mahirap yun sa simula na baliktad yung word order nila. Pero yung pinakamahirap yung pandiwa, yung mga verbs na may mga focus. Kunyari, ipaliwanag mo sa akin yung pagkakaiba ng ibigay at magbigay. Tapos kung gusto mo isa pa, bigyan. Diba?
Ibigay, magbigay. I feel like this is one of those memes, the Spider-Man memes. Yung nakaganan. Ibigay. Ibigay, magbigay. Wow, hindi ko naisip yun.
Siyempre, kailangan mong makipag-usap sa mga Pilipino para matuto. Pero minsan, hindi nila pwedeng ipaliwanag.
Explain niya, yeah.
Ganon talaga sa mga native speaker. Hindi nila kailangan isipan yung mga grammar ganon, di ba? So, hindi nila alam.
Hindi ko alam na yun ang Tagalog ng verbs. Pagdiwa. Ikaw nagturo sa ako pala yung peking Filipino.
Hindi. Pag hindi mo alam, ibig sabihin na ikaw yung tunay. Pag alam mo na, ibig sabihin na kailangan mong matutunan yun noon. Di ba?
Yeah.
Pag nasa Pilipinas ka na, iba ba yung ugali ng mga Pilipino sa'yo? Kalahati ka kasi?
Hindi ko na experience yun ng bata ko. I mean, syempre, meron mga iilang bata na i-Englishin ako. Pero lahat na may kakilala na sa akin, syempre hindi na. And syempre, onting iba yung tingin sa'yo kasi, I mean, itsura ko, hindi pure Filipino. So, titinginan ka ng and then once na marinig na ako magsalita, nawawala na yun. Parang like, nagmumukhang Pilipino na ako. I'm sure ikaw na mo rin yun sa ikaw dahil ang galing mag-Tagalog. Once na nag-uusap na kayo for, 5 minutes, parang nawawala na yung, hindi mo nararamdaman na foreigner ka. Ganun yung Pilipino eh. Like, yun yung paborito ko sa Pilipino. Like, meron parang, hindi ko ma-explain, like, parang family. Pagka nagka-Tagalog ka na, nandun ka na, like, i-embrace ka nila as family, hindi na, walang iba-iba. So, yun yung paborito ko, isa mga gusto ko sa Filipino culture.
Meet my new friend Eli. Eli learned to speak Tagalog in a super unexpected way. And despite being from different countries, we discovered just how much